Hey, hoes, it's Maybone here, and I am joined by Jenny, my co-host, and we are doing a show on the steps we've taken to begin our transition. And we have with us these lovely people, and I'm going to let them go ahead and introduce themselves. Let's start with you, Jen.
Hi, folks. Well, my name is Jen Morgan, as you can see on the chat. Um, I'm the old one here, the veteran. I'm 65 years old. I started my transition back in the 70s, and have been living as a female longer than I ever did as a male. So that puts me in the old person category. It'll be an interesting discussion because we'll get to compare the way the Nazis ran things back then compared to the way things go now. It's very different.
Okay, and Danielle.
Howdy, I'm Danielle. How to describe myself? Let me get it correct here. Polyamorous, pansexual, trans dyke on a bike who does IT work professionally, fiber arts, and let me try that again. Photography as a hobby. My transition background is the first steps of transition were back in the 1990s when I was at the end of my teens.
Okay, and Diana.
Hello, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in between. I am Diana Clarion, first in war, first in peace, and I wouldn't get in my path toward the end of a beer party either. I weigh in at 62 years of age. Just was able to start my transition about 10 years ago at the age of 52. It's not that I didn't know what was going on long before that. It was that it simply took a while before I could do something about it. Currently, I've still got a way to go, but who knows if I'll ever be able to afford it. So, alrighty then, let's move on, shall we?
Okay, and of course, MathBlade.
Hi, I'm MathBlade. Pleasure to be back on the stream. He, his pronouns. I am a trans male. I am in my mid-30s. I also do IT work. Yay for IT. And I ended up starting my transition with therapy about a couple of years ago. And hormones and surgery started about a year to a year and a half ago.
Okay, and of course, everyone knows Jenny and I here, hopefully. But why don't you give
Jenny?
a?
Who the hell is that?
I have no idea. But why doesn't this person?
Can I just tag along?
Why
Some
doesn't this
Aussie
stranger
chick.
in a red shirt go ahead and tell us exactly where? Basically, give us the rundown on where your transition started before some random space alien comes and vaporizes you.
Yeah. Yeah. Hi everyone. I started transition in the year 2000, midway through. So getting on towards 20 years ago. Oh no, I suppose it's 19 years ago. It will do 20 years in mid next year, won't it? So it's easier to round up. So yeah. So it's a while ago for me, but not quite as long ago as it is for others. But good. We've got a good spread, I think, of when people transition.
Yep, and I actually first tried to transition in around 2004, or around 2005, maybe early 2006, sometime around there. But well, we're going to hear that story when we come around to me. But I actually started hormones on the 2nd of January this year, so I've only been on hormones about 6 months. All right, so
Oh my, oh my, oh my.
yeah, I
the
am.
baby.
I'm the trans baby here, and I'm probably the second youngest.
MathBlade, you said you're in IT. That stands for incredible transgender, right?
Yes, and it also stands for computer work.
Okay. I'm sorry.
It's both. Thank you.
What were some topics that I want to discuss here include like what it took to get through the medical system, because we're all going to have some very different stories, um, and also like what steps the gatekeeping used to maybe not let us transition what necessarily when we wanted to. So let's start with let's start with the person who transitioned first. Jen, would you like to tell us your story?
Sure. Um, Back in the old days, well, no, I first started dealing with myself in the early 70s when I first discovered terminology that applied to me. Prior to that, the name was transsexual, by the way, not transgender. And it was just not a word that was ever heard anywhere. The number of cases that were publicly accessible were near zero. Christine Jorgensen, of course, being the first of note.
Right.
And so there was just nowhere to go, no one to talk to, no information to be had. And so it was a process in the 70s of just finding out what the heck I was. But at the same time, I was fighting it. Nobody wanted to be what I was. And I did my best to play the boy role, of course, all through high school and then through college and up through most of the 70s until I finally had enough and sought out somebody who would actually do some treatment. For us, then, treatment was very, very regimented. The gatekeepers, as you guys are calling the words, were very strong. To get hormone therapy, you had to have really not just one physician, but you also had to have the approval of a therapist who you had been seeing for some time prior to that. For me, it was a year before the endocrinologist would even talk to me. Then you had the expectation that you were going to live in this quote unquote new role for a minimum of a year before they would even consider you for surgery. And then to actually obtain it, you would not only have to demonstrate success at the new role, but you had to have further approval of physicians that you were physically capable of withstanding surgery and psychologically capable of it as well. And so it was a process of jumping through lots and lots of hoops. And it's interesting to note that as the community of transgender people began to form, even in the early days, people recognized that, gee, well, if you say this or that, you're screwed. If you say that or that, you're okay. And so everybody begins to adopt the same kind of stories and has the same kind of rap, even though we're all very unique in our experiences. It's much better today to see everybody be able to be themselves and not to have to feel that they fit into one specific role. So I'll stop there for now.
Okay, and I'm one thing that's still around is the you have to wait a year from when you start hormones until they will even consider you for surgery, or bottom surgery at least. I'm not sure
Unless you
how
got
it
the money
goes
to go
for.
overseas and pay for it yourself.
Um, okay, I didn't know if there are physicians. I suppose there are physicians that will do that without notes or without like any sort of stuff like that. I
Yeah,
guess that
it
makes
is
sense.
possible for people to bypass all the gatekeeping if they've got
Okay.
the money.
Yeah.
The problem is, though, that if you go to someone who will let you bypass the gatekeeping, are you going to the bottom shelf,
Yeah,
basically?
more than
Or
likely.
Mm.
okay.
But people do it. People will do it.
Oh yeah, I
Keep in
understand that.
mind, we condone doing everything in a healthy manner. The end.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we do.
Mhm.
Well,
Yeah.
there's exceptions to that too. The doctor I see now, the internal medicine doctor, she continues my hormone therapy prescriptions, but for me, it's just a medical issue that you are this, you require this, we'll get this as long as you're physically healthy enough to do it, because hormones are, of course, quite a drag on other systems of your body.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's really just a medical question at this point for me.
Yeah,
Yeah,
same for me.
yeah, and yeah, just taking estrogen tablets is a little bit harder on your liver than getting it in other ways. So you know, the I'm on patches, and you can also get injections, and I think there's an implant that lasts for like a month or something, but that's really expensive. So there are options that are less hard on your system than just taking the pills that not a lot of people, I think, really know about as well. Um, so Danielle, why don't you tell us your story? Because I've seen you posting about it a lot on Twitter, and uh,
It's an
it's a
interesting one.
story.
It's an interesting one you don't hear much about, but I suspect I'm far from alone on that. So I was first out in 1994. It was the first time I walked into a therapist's office and said, I am trans. I was living in Scranton, Pennsylvania back then. It did not go well. The therapist actually decided that made me a danger to self and others and tried to have me committed for it.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, Scranton was not a good place to be at all, any of the letters of LGBT in those days. I don't know that it's any better today, in truth, but
It is rather conservative up in, let's try this again. It is rather conservative up in that neighborhood, is it not?
yes, heavily Roman Catholic, conservative, socially, politically, religiously.
Yeah, because you're talking northeast, if I remember correctly.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Almost into New York State.
Okay.
Yeah, my
So
ex grew up in that neighborhood.
so I continued to live there for a number of years. I was on a email list back when listservs were the thing. That was for trans teens in particular, because I was still in my teens at the time. And there were some people in New York City I knew who said, "Oh, come to New York City." But what I could never get from them, and I didn't understand at the time also, was they really meant move here and then get connected to the community, and you'll get the connections to physicians and what have you. So unfortunately, because I never understood what they actually meant, that never happened. I continued trying, but with no better results. I mean, not as worse as what that one tried to do, but excuse me, not as bad, but never getting anywhere until I moved to the area of Raleigh and Durham, the Research Triangle of North Carolina, in 2008. And then I tried again. At that time, there were in that area, I mean, it's an area of about 2 million people. There were 2 therapists who would deal with us and 2 endocrinologists who would prescribe. All of them were pretty much gatekeepers, even though they would protest that if you said so. The therapist I went to required 3 months before she would write a hormone letter, directly saying to me at the first session, "Oh, I will have no problem writing it, but you've got to wait 3 months because that's the rules." The other one required a year. That 3 months stretched into 13 months to actually get HRT, because the referral had a 5-month lead time, and the endocrinologist wouldn't prescribe until the second appointment, which was 5 months further. I'm not exactly clear on why. However, I have some suspicions about it from things that was said and from experience of other people. And a lot of it was, if you didn't go to those appointments with full makeup, skirt and heels, or things like that, you were going to have a very rough time with them. During that second appointment, that endocrinologist directly said to me, "You are paid enough that you have no excuse for not having SRS." And then we proceeded to have a conversation about my plans for it before she would write my initial HRT prescription. Over the years, I saw both of the providers there. Neither were any better. I ultimately wound up going out of state. Today, I see one. I have moved to a different state, and I see one there. But, I'm long past surgery and all that, so the situation is very different. It's hard for me to say how they are here. But there was so much of expectation that you have to perform, you have to exist in this very, very narrow way. And like I said, I'm a dyke on a bike. At this point, I do not have a car. I only have a motorcycle. That did not fit with how they saw that I should be.
Whoa! Wait a minute. They're even dictating the transportation that you should have.
Not exactly. They never said it in so many words, and that was the fun part with all of this and those providers. But it came from comparing notes with other trans people in the area. The ones who always made sure to show up, not exactly dressed to the nines, but I think you get what I mean there.
Yeah.
For those appointments,
I get what you mean.
had no problems. You know, they'd get prescribed within the first couple of weeks of that first appointment instead of it being delays. And to give you a better idea, when she finally did write that prescription, it was a very low dose of estradiol patches only. I think it was about the smallest Bival dot, or for those overseas, Estradot. That
I'm
was
on
available.
Estradot.
Yeah, I think it was the. I'm trying to remember because this goes back 10 years now. It was either the 25 or the 50 microgram dose, one of those per half a week.
Yeah, I'm on 2 100s per half week.
No testosterone blocker either. It was only that for the first year.
Oh, boy.
Until I had vaginoplasty, every appointment, every 1 to 3 months were the appointments. Well, actually 1 to 4 because of some schedule issues. There were dose changes. That was over about 5 years. It just never stopped. After surgery, there were 2 dose changes, and it's remained unchanged for 5 years now.
Allergy season.
Understood. Sympathies.
So they didn't put you on any testosterone blockers, and
I had to ask repeatedly for that, and it was of the first endocrinologist I had. She finally did agree, but only after a conversation where she tried to assert that my lack of results on, I think I was on 75 microgram by the point of the of the appointment, that my lack of physical results on that, in her opinion, demonstrated that I was one of the people for whom HRT would be ineffective. It would never have any effect on me.
Are you sure
If you
you're
don't do
talking
it properly, it's gonna fail. Sorry.
yeah,
Are
and
you,
that's
are you
that's
sure
not
you're
done
talking
properly.
micrograms, not milligrams?
No, for
So-
patches, it's micrograms. Is my understanding MCG?
No.
Yeah, so
a
patches.
microgram.
Wait, no, MCG is milligram.
The base estradiol patch is 1.56 milligrams of
Yeah, it is.
estradiol per
Okay,
10
I may have
square
had this
cent.
wrong. My mistake then.
Yeah, they are milligrams.
A microgram isn't gonna affect a gnat.
Microgram would be specified mu CG.
Oh, okay. Milligrams. Okay.
Or mu G, actually. Yeah.
And I've been away from that since my dose hasn't changed in 5 years. I've forgotten a lot of it.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
Okay.
Yay!
So each patch has contains 1.56 milligrams of estradiol 17B beta. So yeah, and that's an estradiol 100 patch.
Yeah. Presently, I'm on 3 of those at a time.
Oh, well, you're on more than me. I'm only on 2.
That's still not an adequate dose if you haven't had surgery.
No. The difference between this and pills is that the patches don't get digested. So
I'm on the patch as well.
okay. I mean, this is
I post surgical do 2 twice a week.
okay. I'll have to look into that. But no, this is doing great for me. And I'm on 12.5 milligrams of Cypro as well, and that seems to be quite effective actually. Like my blood work from the first month of half the month it was Cypro, and 1 month after I started estrogen, which was 16 days after I started Cyprotone. Came back. I went from 17.9 to 4.9. What is it? Micro. Whatever they measure testosterone in. I'm really tired. I can't remember at the moment. But it really dropped. I'm on the. I should be on the equivalent of 4 milligrams daily of oral estrogen, and that is what the Sherborne Health guidelines, which we're using, actually recommend.
Wellington Smith, Cypro is an anti-androgen.
Yeah,
so testosterone blocker.
Yeah, cyproterone acetate is a testosterone blocker. It is the one that's actually used throughout most of the world. Some places use a combination. We'll use either spironolactone, I think is how it's pronounced, or cyproterone, and the U.S. has not approved Cypro. So people are stuck with Spiro, and yeah, I avoided that stuff like the plague intentionally.
I take spironolactone, but it comes from my cardiac doctor.
Okay.
for its original legitimate purpose.
Because the original label usage of spironolactone was a diuretic.
Yeah, it's definitely that. I can't handle diuretics, so I drink a cup of tea and I am completely in the bathroom for like the next hour or two.
As a matter of fact, it is a potassium sparing diuretic.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't have as much a tendency to go into hypokalemia as you do with a lot of the others.
Okay.
By the way,
sense.
I just looked at the patches I'm actually on. 0.1 mg per day is how they're labeled.
Yeah, that's milligram.
Yep.
Okay,
a little of my confusion was from sometimes I had ones from overseas that were labeled in mcg.
Yeah, I just didn't want to hear that you were being so grossly underdosed and then told that it was ineffective because of their incompetence.
Well, that's literally what happened, but it was, I believe, that particular physician did not agree with me transitioning for reasons of, how I dressed and things like that.
I don't want to say too much here because everybody else hasn't gotten in and done their intros, but that same pressure existed when I went through. The expectation was that you filled a fairly traditional female gender role in your appearance.
And it continued in the Raleigh and Durham area until perhaps 3 to 5 years ago. Since then, I actually was part of a group that got providers trained in informed consent and better approaches to it.
So, I'm sorry, I
think it was probably. I suspect we need to move on to the next person because I've had a fair bit of time there.
Yeah, absolutely. So I guess that would be you, Diana.
Alrighty then. I am a recent transitioner, if you will. As I said before, not that I didn't want to. Many years ago, the problem with that was that my station in life sort of prevented things. I knew something was up when I was 8 years old, maybe 7, something like that. But you don't want to say, "Hey, Mom, hey, Dad, I'm a girl," because you're going to be a 7 or 8 year old living out in the street. So you keep your mouth shut and you go through the motions. Then you end up getting married, and getting a job. You end up getting married. You end up going another job, and that sort of thing. And okay, a divorce, but then again, you end up in the mental health system here in Pennsylvania with living in a 3/4 house, as it were. It's a little more freedom than a halfway house, where one of the questions you are asked on intake is, do you wear clothing appropriate to your sex? So, okay, I've got to stay in the closet here as well. So you're going through all of this, going through all of this, going through all of this. By the time the ex decides to march out, that's an entirely different story. We could go for weeks on that one. Then I decided, okay, if I don't do something about this, it's going to kill me. So I think I might as well do something about this. That was, let's see now. That was 90. That was 1990. The thing is, when I first found a gender clinic, it took me a while to do that. What kept me out was money. I needed to be able to pay for it. And I didn't have a good patter setup or anything like that. I didn't have anything at the ready. So that delayed things for a few months. And then I decided I'm going to call again. I'm going to try. And I finally talked to somebody decent who said, yeah, we can work with this. Come on in for an intake. So I was very much lucky when I went in on that intake. They weren't looking for a specific look and feel. They weren't looking for me to be, driving a Bentley or anything like that. I did get in. I did get assigned to a gender counselor. First thing we started doing was working up a biography, if you will, a personal history. Because yes, there was the thing that they wanted the period of time before I could have the HRT. And part of that period of time was, working up your, how do you know you're trans? What are you expecting of it? That sort of thing. They wanted this to go on for a year, but amazingly enough, they accepted my telling them that I had been living the life for 6 months before I went in to see them, which I had. I mean, when the ex marched out, I finally said, okay, this is it. If I do nothing else, I will do real life test junior. So they actually gave me time served. They didn't start that year with my entry to their system. They knocked off what I had said I had already done, which I was being truthful about the whole thing. What I found interesting, though, is what I wanted was to really go over my motivation. I really wanted to hash out, is this really what I want? Because I was pretty darn sure it was, but maybe I wasn't asking myself the right questions. Maybe I wasn't being critical enough of myself. They did not go that way. They were all client-centered. And I was a little bit disappointed with it, but I was happy in the sense that, well, I wouldn't call it happy, but I was satisfied in the sense that I had had half a century to think about it on my own. Then I ended up sitting before a panel. This was fun, which consisted of physicians, psychiatrists, social workers, the gender counselor was there, that sort of thing. I was not grilled. I will not call it being grilled, but they questioned me, to the extent of, okay, what are you thinking is going to happen? What are your expectations of all this? I gave them the medical book, really, because that was my expectation. It was, I know this is not going to be a panacea, kids. I've got a shitload of problems. This is only going to take care of one of them. And happily, they were satisfied, which was amazing to me because I had heard so many stories of gatekeeping and everything. What I went through was something I would not consider gatekeeping. Maybe somebody else would, but I'm a little weird anyway, so I see things a little differently. The big thing, again, I would love the surgeries, but that's not going to happen unless $100,000 falls out of the sky into my lap. In my case, everything is money. It's all about money, which I don't have. I'm poor, so I have to be satisfied with what I have. And the other thing that worries me a little bit now, as I progress into the future, I have to wonder what's going to be done as far as people strongly suggesting to take me off of HRT, that sort of thing. You see, I'm in stage 4 chronic kidney disease. And if they decide to pull shit on me, I'm going to let them know right offhand. You do that, I'm dead. All right. I mean, with the kidney disease and the lack of being able to pay for any treatment, I'm going to die anyway. You'll just make it sooner. And it's not that I'm trying to threaten anybody. It's not that I'm trying to manipulate anybody. It's simply a fact. So what we're gonna see what happens in the next I don't know 3 weeks when I have a nephrologist appointment. We'll find out what happens. Is there anything?
I'd give you my own hip coverage if I could.
Danke schön. This is the darn thing, because I've been on a disability pension for 30 years. I have not been lucky enough to be able to work for a living and have the insurance. I mean, a bunch of people I know have been that lucky, that fortunate, and I envy them so much. But yep, cash before you even get a surgical date. You're right, Jen. Absolutely. Yeah, Kara, the 100,000 is my estimate because that's not the surgery. The surgery is a bit less than that. But a lot of people forget how much else goes along with it.
Like the recovery for 2 weeks in my case.
Yeah. And in a lot of our cases, trans women, we've got to get rid of that hair we don't really want. And there are girls I know who have stated that the electrolysis, the laser treatments, whatever it is, were actually more expensive than the surgical procedures. You know, well, these kids look like Robin Williams, but that's another story. There's a lot more that goes on than a lot of people realize. Yeah. So it's all about the money, that sort of thing. But happily, as I'm looking at it, and okay, I'm gonna say that I always expect the worst. I'm not gonna have to deal with this much longer. So we'll just see how it goes and see what happens. I don't know if I've forgotten anything or not.
Okay, well, hopefully we get some of that sorted out.
I have other side of the door syndrome. I don't know if you folks know what that is. That's the one. An example is you go in for a job interview, and you're talking across the desk to the interviewer, and the whole bit. The interviewer finally says, "Okay, do you have any questions? Before we break this party up?" And No, I can't think of any. Okay, take care. See ya. And then as soon as the door closes behind you, son of a bitch, that's what I should have asked. But what can I tell you?
Yeah. Okay. So, Jenny, you're going to give us quite a different story, being that you basically told your the people who you
Yeah, I
needed to
guess.
speak with, and you're in a completely different place from any of us, although you're probably closer to where I am than where they are.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because I forgot to mention I am in the U.S. as well. So I mean,
Yeah, because
Jen
I'm down
here in the
under in
U.S.
Australia, so my experience is really different from you guys.
So it's a
Um,
bit more civilized where you are, isn't it?
well, what? Yeah and no. Um, just depends. Um, for me, I first tried to come out and deal with this when I was 12. I had a conversation with my mum, and basically it came down to her not being able to understand what I meant. Her reaction was like, "Oh, so you're gay? So you're a cross dresser?" So no, none of those things. I'm a girl, but she couldn't get it, and it just it was just too hard as a 12-year-old to try and do that, have that conversation. Um, I quite possibly, given my nature, and if I'd been born, 20 years later, I would have transitioned as a teenager at the beginning of puberty. So, because I knew what I wanted and where I was at. I'd already, from the age of 8, started collecting every bit of information I could about being trans. So I had magazine cutouts. I'd had things I'd photocopied from textbooks. I knew what it was. But stupid me didn't, during the conversation with Mum, dump everything in front of her. I tried to explain it,
Okay.
which
Okay,
wasn't the
fine.
best way to do it.
You
But
were also 12.
I was 12. and then of course, a little while before that had happened, I'd had a case where my brother had found me correctly dressed and had yelled and screamed at me about being a stupid little faggot. So that didn't do lots for my ability to tackle with it more than once. So I did what most of us did, and I tried to hide it. I don't know that I was overtly successful because I got the whole tease for being different in high school, mostly because a lot of people thought I was gay. So, plus being intersex and um, having had lower T levels and slightly elevated estrogen levels anyway, meant that I had an A cup by
Lucky
the
you.
time I was 16. So yeah, that didn't go down well in locker rooms, which I didn't want to be in the first place. So
Uh-huh.
yeah, um, yeah. Oh, and a couple that together with being partly underdeveloped down below, it didn't work well.
Yeah.
And of course, I had the whole thing of when I actually knew what puberty was going to do to me because I had parents who were good at explaining that, and I knew it wasn't what I wanted, and I knew it was the other side of it I'd want it because that was explained to me as well because my parents were good at that too. And I go, yeah, well, that's me, right? How do I stop this? That's going to happen. So
Yeah.
I actually attempted with some industrial strength rubber bands to self castrate. So yeah, there's that. Pain stopped that. I still never told anybody I did it. I managed to cut them off myself, and was in absolute agony for weeks afterwards. I must have been walking
Yeah.
funny. I don't know. I can't remember how I explained it, but yeah, I was in pain for a while. But yeah. So
That area is rather sensitive.
yeah. So I hid where I was. Got through high school. met someone when I was 20, and we got along pretty well. And my desire to be a parent was huge. I really wanted to be a mum. That was great for me, and we sort of hit it off because we were good friends. We were good friends, but yeah, we we got married, which was crazy because you don't get married because you're friends and you want kids. That's just not a good reason. I did try to explain myself to her before, but I also didn't want to scare her off, so I didn't go into full details. So, um, yeah, and her thing was like, well, can you deal with that? And her idea of me dealing with it was suppressing it more. And I said I could, which was an absolute lie. But yeah, so I've got two beautiful kids, which is absolutely amazing considering when I saw the specialist about being intersex when I was 30, they said, well, it won't be any problems with you finishing your transition because you're infertile. I said, no, I'm not.
Yeah.
They
Bring the
can't be
kids.
yours.
Here's the
And I
proof.
go, yeah, they are. They're definitely mine. They look like me.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's one of those things that yeah, I am blessed to have the kids, and I love my girls to pieces. I wouldn't change what had happened in that sense, and because of them, I wouldn't want to be without them. If I could transition earlier and keep them, yeah, I would have done that. That would be my only choice in that one. But yeah, so when I was 27, yeah, that was it. It all came to a head, and I couldn't deal with it anymore. And my partner at the time, she realized that I wasn't coping, and everything was kind of falling apart. And she gave me the push to go. She actually gave me the push to go and see a doctor at that point, and talk about it. And once I'd had that little bit of push to start it again, all the confidence came back. And I mean, I already knew everything. I knew who I was and everything. So I picked a doctor who was a personal friend, walked in and said, this is what I want. And told him what I wanted, straight off how I was. I'd even already found out who the specialists were I needed to see to get the help I needed. I said, I just need referrals from you to see these two people. And he's like, no worries, you can have those. And I said, no, I want hormones. And he goes, well, I'm not giving you those until you've seen them. And I go, okay, fine. So I got appointments. I phoned up, I harassed them because some of them had 3-month waiting lists. And I said, I'm not waiting that long. And I'll take an opening. So I managed to get them both. So I had them all on the same week because I had to travel from the country town I was living in to the main city, to Perth, where I live now, to see them, and I was still living in the country town. So yeah, I traveled up, got to see them within a couple of days of each other, and the psych basically said to me at the start of it, he goes, I'll have a few lessons before I'll approve you to have hormones, or a few lessons, yeah, I'm going to teach you something. Have a few appointments with you before I'll approve anything. You know, this could take 6 to 12 months. You got to do your real life test and everything, and because we still had real life tests at that point. I mean, I'd been living as myself for about a month full time, and I'd sort of part time been living before then. But yeah, after the end of the first appointment, he goes, you can have your hormones. Know who you are. Yeah, I'm not going to have any of the issues you that I'm going to have with anybody else, because you don't have any of the depression now, because you know what you want and you're going to take it. And he said, no, I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to be able to stop you. If I don't give you an appointment, you're just going to find another way to do it, aren't you? And I said, yep. And he goes, fine, you'll get. And it was the same it was more or less the same for the endo. I mean, the endo actually wrote me the script after the first appointment. So for estrogen, but he didn't want me to go. He wanted to do the whole thing where you do the estro for a while and then you go on to the Spiro. And I didn't want that. So as soon as I got back to Albany, which was the town I was born in, I went back and saw my doctor, and I said, "Yep." And he goes, "Okay, I'll give you another script for estrogen." And yeah, I said I wanted the Spyro, and he gave me the script for the Spyro.
Nice.
I probably could have had Cypro, but it was a lot harder to justify it than the Spyro was. It was a lot easier for him to put that through at the time. Yeah, you could get it. It was just harder. And there was no government subsidies for Cypro at the time, whereas there still was for Spyro. So even though I wasn't getting it at the cheap price, it was still cheaper than paying full price to go on the Spyro. And as I already had a plan on how to get to surgery, even though I didn't have the funds at the time, I knew that within 2 years I'd have surgery. So it was a case of I didn't care if I went on Spyro because I wouldn't have to worry about that afterwards. So yeah, basically the second time through, I just badgered my way through it. I said, "This is what I'm having. You're going to give me what I want, or I'm going to find another way to do it." And I think the fact that I was so confident in what I was doing and just pushy meant that they were going to give me what I wanted. It was like, yeah, you know your mind, you know who you are. It's fine. We're going to let you through. But there was still the expectation that I needed to be girly for them. I mean, I'm fairly girly anyway, but I'm not that
Yeah.
all the time. I mean, may see me at different times, so yeah, I'm not girly all the time, but I'm just me, but I put on the extra effort when I went to appointments. Because I still had to get letters for surgery and stuff like that. So I was prepared to jump through their hoops, but I kind of fitted what they wanted at that point. Even though I identified as bi, I was mostly attracted to guys. I presented mostly, pretty femme anyway.
Nobody's perfect.
When I first went to transition, I didn't know I was intersex. I didn't find out that till later. So, which was fine. So that's why I mostly just call myself trans. I don't worry about being the intersex because it's kind of irrelevant to my whole transition. The only advantage I have is, okay, I probably got a bit better boob development than some do, and
well, you certainly got better than I did.
And I was also
cheater.
And I was also and I was also reasonably androgynous before, so that helps. But there's lots of trans women who look way better than me, and I'm just happy with who I am. I'm happy that I was androgynous enough that I didn't have to go through all the crap like facial surgery and stuff like that, because that scared the fuck out of me.
Yeah.
I'm not so much worried about the facial surgery. It amazes me how will I pass. I mean, people will look right at me and, "Hi, ma'am, how you doing?" Whereas half the time I look at myself in the mirror and I see an old man.
Yeah, but we don't see ourselves the same way as other people do.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Because
and
we've slowly watched ourselves change with the changes that have happened. So we don't really notice. Like, I never realized that I'd lost height. But I've lost going on 3/4 of an inch in height.
Okay. That's interesting that you should mention that, because I've lost about an inch. I did not know if it was age or if it was
HRT causes height loss in some people.
Yeah,
what do you know?
No way. No, that's a old wives' tale. You can't show me any statistics or studies that show that. That's just not true. That's just not true.
Actually, there is tendon shortening in the hips. It also estrogen.
Your height is your bone structure.
It is your bone structure, but there are those bones are not, like hard welded to each other with literal joints. People will lose height over time just through age, right? Just through
Yes,
compression
absolutely.
and through and actually
Loss of height.
through the same thing with ligaments and tendons loosening.
Loss of height through age is vertebral compression between your discs. It is
Yes.
your bones length does not change. The amount of padding in cartilage you have between bones does not change, or maybe some wear, but you're talking about millimeters, not inches.
So one thing that estrogen actually does do is that it causes ligaments and tendons to become more elastic and less and less I guess rigid. So that could cause some things to slip out of place. Actually,
No,
the
no, your height is your bone structure. The length of your femur does not change. The length of your spine, each individual vertebrae does not change. The compression discs between them will change over time with age. But if they compress because of hormone treatments, we would all be walking around with sciatica and other problems where the nerves come through the vertebrae out to the rest of the body. This is just not accurate.
I know you don't like Twitter, but there's a biochemist on Twitter who could actually explain this a lot better. She's trans.
Okay,
People
now
need
wait
to
a
learn to
minute.
get mufflers. So her name is Dr. Emmy J.
I think
ZJE.
it's Jay. Yeah.
J.
I just want to be clear. I completely agree with the muscle tension and tendon changes, but that is not going to change your height.
I think that kind of is. This kind of seems off topic from the original discussion.
Yeah.
Little bit.
Well, that's what we do.
Yeah, we always
It's a little bit of nonsense, and there is some nuance to it.
It's almost like it's nuanced nonsense.
Exactly.
I'll agree to disagree.
So, why don't you go, MathBlade?
All right. So, before we get started, I will need to be talking about needles and blades and surgery for my part of the story. So consider that your trigger warning if any that triggers anybody. So earlier on last stream, I talked about some of the internal gatekeeping I had growing up in the South and having a limited lack of education. Coming to California, I started becoming more aware of what different terms meant in the LGBTQ community. And when I started figuring out what transgender was, everything just clicked. I'm like, wait, this is a thing? Like, I was completely clueless. And so part of that, the more I kept learning about different things, I started imagining inside of my head, okay, what would this be like? Because there was no way for me to do the whole, hey, live as the other gender for 2 years. Because you guys can't see me, and before I had chest surgery, there are other surgeries, but for now I'm just going to say chest surgery. I was rather well endowed, and there are certain things binders help. They do not hide everything. So there was no way for me to authentically live out in and actually get called sir out in the real world. I did it with my friends all the time, but out in the real world, not so much. And that was kind of one of the things that kind of held up my transition. And before I was actually going to go, okay, I'll get the surgery, I'll get the hormones, because until I could actually figure out a way to pass, I didn't want to potentially go down that road. And so what really actually started me off was names will be changed to protect the innocent, but a coworker said something at work that I thought was very transphobic, which I will not repeat here. Because I work in a IT industry that has certain things with visual presentations. And yes, that is incredibly vague because I don't want to say too much. And so a transphobic joke came up, and I'm like, that's really not cool. And so I had to take the guy who said it off to the side and go, yeah, that's really not cool. You may not know who you're talking to that may be trans. And then I ended up eventually coming out to him that conversation, which then kind of started the whole kit and caboodle. And when I was trying to find a GP that would actually, start the hormone stuff, to kind of segue back, they were like, yeah, I'll treat you for all your internal stuff, but not that trans stuff. No, nope, not going to do that. Well, there's a whole clinic over here that does it. And I'm just like, I came to you guys because you're like a 10-minute drive from my work, because I have tight deadlines. I don't want to have to spend an hour just in the car out of my workday gone. But because he didn't want to deal with trans stuff, you guys can't see air quotes. So even though it's completely illegal in California, he referred me to to a special LGBT clinic this health provider has, which I will not name because I'm not trying to shame. It's just more my experience. So I ended up having to drive all the way up north into a city that starts with A and ends in Auburn, and drive up there, and because she alternates between that and downtown of the main city I live in. So no matter which way I go, it's 30 minutes from my work spot, because it's like right in the middle. So it's really one of those. Okay, so that was the first instance of gatekeeping, and the second one was this clinic is overbooked because none of the GPs / PCP / whatever word you want to use, it gets overbooked. It was literally a 3-month wait to get in to actually see them. So I was coming out to my colleagues and at the same time not being able to receive medical treatment for the thing I was coming out to my colleagues for, which was bullshit. Once I actually started getting that, though, my therapist was amazing. No issues with the therapist. I'd recommend the therapist a million times over, but once I started actually getting through that, it became a lot easier. There were only a couple of things where you have to have certain letters and all that jazz, but that seems like standard fare.
Yeah. Now, when I'm wondering, when you have to have the letters, were certain letters better than any other? Was J better than Q, or Z better than N, or anything like that? You can kill me anytime you want to.
Don't worry, there's lots of good jokes. Actually, the doctor's offices weren't so bad. It was the driver's license and the DMV that was a pain in the butt.
Oh my! That's amazing.
The DMV actually required a letter of required a certain letter before they would let it go, because before they would actually give me a driver's license with my proper gender. They would not take one that was literally me showing them on my phone, this is the exact letter my therapist sent. They had to make me go get a physical copy.
Oh, yeah, they did that to me too. I didn't think anything of it.
Just print it out.
But see, in California, that's not the case, because I had a court order. A court order should override that, because it is a literal court order to give me the documentation I should have. They just went, nope, don't care.
Okay.
Still want the letter. So.
Yeah, because I had to get a letter for PennDOT, Pennsylvania Department of Transportation. I also had to get for Department of State. Because as soon as the jackass in chief was elected, a lot of folks were telling us, you better go get a passport, get your gender marker, which is what I did as soon as possible.
Yeah, that's what I ended up doing because of Trump. That's part of the reason of the whole, yeah, you have to have a letter, but I couldn't get the letter because of the Trump shutdown. So it was kind of like, yeah, well, I could get the letter. I mean, I couldn't get it to them because it was literally the last day before the government was going to shut down. It was that Friday.
Oh, for the love of Saint Gulick. Yeah, I was lucky in the sense I took care of everything before Christmas. I mean, it was literally right after the election, I think maybe a week. And, people were saying, you better do this, you better do this. And I was also so lucky that some friends insisted on sending me a check for the passport. And it's like, no, you don't need to do this. Yes, we do. Shut up and take the money.
Yeah, I still don't have a passport yet because eventually I may leave the country, but I do have my driver's license. My birth certificate, because of Texas bullshit, is still the wrong gender. But
Well, that's an
I
interesting thing that you've got going over there when you talk about Texas. Can you get the birth certificate changed at all?
well, yes and no. It's kind of complicated on their website, and there's a couple of reasons haven't been pursuing it. But they say they require a certain thing, which California doesn't do. Because I have a court order, but they require something very specific. I'd have to look up the exact terms, and I've been swamped because I just went like, nope, I don't have that, so just gonna put it off to the side and hope I don't need another birth certificate for a while.
Here in Ontario, I would need to change my birth certificate um, before I do anything. Now, there are exceptions for people who maybe live in places where they couldn't and have immigrated to Ontario, but um, that would be like places out of Canada. Um, but you can, I would have to change my birth certificate to do anything. But once I change my birth certificate, then I can just go and be like, here's my new information, here's all the documentation, change it, and everyone will change it. So, but I have to do my birth certificate first for my name and my gender marker. And actually, we have public health care here in Canada. So they actually, to my annoyance, have, because I just lost my wallet, and so I had to replace all my ID. To my annoyance, they actually have completely removed the gender marker from the Ontario health card, which, like, that is my primary source of ID. So I wanted the F on it.
I guess
And-
it's the only time where an F is a good thing instead of a C or a D or a B or an A.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah,
See, I
exactly.
can do jokes too.
Yeah.
You
So
talk about the change of the birth certificate and everything. Were that necessary for me, I would be totally fucked. I was absolutely lucky to have been born in Ohio, one of the
ooh.
3 states in the US that refuses to change a birth certificate
You
for
see-
any reason.
Like, we would allow changes to documentation under that, under those circumstances. You'd have a lot more red tape that you'd have to go through to get the government to do it. But if a foreign government refuses to do it, you can get your Canadian ID changed. It's just even more annoying than getting it changed in the first place.
I was lucky as all get out when I went through my legal end. I of course had to file for legal name change in the courts.
Oh yeah,
and,
oh yeah.
and that was granted begrudgingly by the judge. But
Oh
the
man.
key to the whole thing was that I had a friend who worked at the Department of Motor Vehicles, dear Dorothy Crockett, and when I went in to change my name on my driver's license, she said, I said, are you going to change gender also? And she said, I don't know if it'll let me. Let's find out.
Hey, good.
And she punched in an F, and it took.
Nice.
And
Yay!
I was able to then petition Social Security to change all that, and it all went really well. Although
That
my
is-
birth certificate has never been changed, and I'm talking with the judge. I'm actually from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I'm not living there now. A friend of mine is a judge, circuit court judge in Milwaukee, and I'm working with him, and he's going to sign the papers to force the Department of Records to change my birth certificate and destroy the original.
Yeah, the only thing I need to change mine is about $250 and a bunch of red tape. That's why I haven't done it yet.
And once I get that done,
$250.
let them throw those transgender laws on bathroom laws on me.
Oh, mine was like, don't get me started. Court orders in California are freaking expensive. Yeah, like a lot of this stuff that I was saving up, like my savings is completely gone because of this transition between the surgery, between the medications and the court orders and all that. Like it's just gone, all of it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I couldn't do this
yeah.
without.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I
I-
didn't have insurance, I'd be fucked. Like I would not have transitioned. Like
Yeah, and it wouldn't have even felt good.
I'm on.
So
I'm
birth
on
certificate.
200. I'm on about $130 of. I'm on about $120 of hormone. I'm going to be trying to start progesterone early next month. So hopefully my nurse has that, did her research on that. So that is going to be, probably an extra $10 to $30, and that's with, or that's probably that'd probably be an extra like $30 or $40. I'm paying $30 total because of my work's benefits. So that's good. But yeah, I could, well, I could do this without, but I would have to go through a lot of red tape. And here in Ontario, we have Smart Trump Lite as our premier, which, to anyone in the States who's not familiar, that is basically our equivalent of a governor, I believe.
Okay.
So yeah, that's not necessary, and we've got him for like 4 more years, 3 more years, I think. It yeah, like 4 more years. It really sucks. But are you done with your part, Math?
needles and such, with hormones and that sort of thing with insurance. I'm paying about $100 every couple of months, so about $50 a month just for the hormones, let alone just because
Yeah.
testosterone is such a controlled drug. And that's
Mm.
because I have a friendly pharmacist and I talk with them, and so yeah,
Yeah,
it's
and
not
the
getting
differences between
We can't hear Math.
Oh, you can't hear me?
Crank that up, babe.
yeah, you're a little low.
Sorry. Can you hear me now?
Oh, much better. 5x5.
Cool. For me, like I was saying, my medications are about $100 a month because you don't just have the testosterone, which is about 80 every couple of months. You have the needles themselves, and you have the alcohol pads and all that other stuff to actually do injections properly, because that's one of the things that if you go black market for, do not do it for testosterone, because you actually need to learn how to inject yourself properly.
Yep,
Mhm.
and
Do not ever do needles without be learning how.
yeah, exactly. And oh, I had a good question. I believe you inject testosterone weekly.
For me, it's weekly. There's a weekly and there's a bi-weekly version, depending upon which one you go on. I do
Okay.
sub-Q, which is subcutaneous, but you rarely ever hear that spelled out. I do sub-Q in my belly because I've got a little bit more to love there. But
Well, I
eventually
think
that may
most of us.
go away. But yeah, I do sub-Q for the moment, and it's weekly injections, 0.4. But yeah, it's one of those things of the changes take a while, but they're actually starting to kick in a little bit, and hoping eventually in a little bit I actually feel comfortable enough being on stream. But right now, not so much.
Okay, then. Yeah, you mentioned money. That was one thing that I was so happy about. I went on HRT in 2009. I did not have my name changed until 2016. The reason for that, during what I lovingly called Transy 101, back at the gender clinic, they had a 6-week program where physician came in, described various things. Attorneys came in and described various things. They talked about a name change, and when the whole thing was over, I pulled one of the attorneys over and said, "Hey, I'm thinking the name change and everything else." And she said, "Oh yeah, I'll do that for you for $1,200." And okay, $1,200 is going to be a while before I get that money together. But then I found out about something called the Name Change Project out of New York, where if you were lucky enough to live in certain cities in the US, they lined up attorneys at law to do the stuff along with the name change pro bono. And all I had to come up with was $40 for the fingerprinting. And that's much, much better.
I wish I would have known. I wish I would have known about that. Like, holy crap.
That's even better than here.
Yeah, the thing is that you've got to be lucky enough to live in the right cities.
Oh, okay.
I can't even remember what it cost me to do mine. But when I first started transition, you could change name. That was easy enough to do, but you couldn't change birth certificate in my state. I actually was involved with all the activism to get it changed here. I did a lot of the letter writing to politicians and stuff like that.
Yeah, that was already done by the time I started. But yeah, there was a big thing that basically there was a human rights complaint made against the government of my province, so that people could get their gender markers changed without having bottom surgery. So that's a thing that's done here now.
Okay, so I'm looking at. I'll put the link into the chat. I'm looking. If you're lucky enough, if you want to call it that, to live in Atlanta, Chicago, Detroit, Milwaukee, New York City, Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, which here I am, or in New Jersey, Bergen, Essex, Hudson, Passaic, and Middlesex counties, you can participate in this name change project. And as I say, for those who can, it certainly saves the dollars. It was really good there, because without that, I'd have been up shit straight without a paddle. I tried applying for a job a couple times, and I had the resume in my hand, and they'd look at the resume, they'd look at my rack, look at the resume, then look at my rack, and I'm thinking, okay, we're not getting anywhere on this one, are we? And of course not. And it would be a little easier, a little better now, because everything corresponds, if you will.
Well, I've been applying for jobs, and I've been using my new name, even though I haven't legally changed it yet. But again, our government would say, no, screw you, she's trans. Use
not in the U.S. Oh, no.
It's a crime to apply for a job without using your legal name.
Wow.
I'm pretty sure of that. I'd have to go check the rules, but yeah,
it is.
There are 50 different sets of rules in the United States.
Yeah, there are. I guess I'll go now, because we kind of got sidetracked a bit. So I knew I was trans and non-binary when I was about 9, maybe late 9, 10. About this, pretty much about the time I hit puberty. I also figured out I'm bi at that point in time. So I actually had kind of a rough childhood. And I was so evil, if you cut me, I would have bled black. And I figured it might have just been, one more problem that would have got me in trouble. Even though I don't think that's the case now. Like, my parents have been great. But definitely at the time, it might have put a lot of strain. And that was like 1990. I probably first wanted to come out in 90, maybe 95, 96, or around then. So long ago, and bad times don't make good memories. So I like I'm non-binary, or specifically bigender. So one thing that sets me apart from other people, from a lot of other trans women, is that I don't really have bottom dysphoria in the way that everyone else does. So yeah, I'm went through puberty and I was happy with it. My biggest problem is that I didn't immediately start hormones until like right after. If I had a clock that said your puberty is over now, I would have started taking, knowing what I do now, I would have started hormone replacement therapy at that time. But the only thing I knew that was that I wanted to be a boy and a girl when I was like until very recently. And the language to the language to easily communicate that was created by gender was actually coined in I think 2010. So when I was I think 21, 2005 anyways, maybe 2006. I was living in Toronto. I'm not from Toronto. I'm actually from a town of about 72,000 at the time, maybe 78, which is Peterborough, Ontario. It's about 140 kilometers away from Toronto. An hour and a half to 2 hour drive, depending on the traffic and how crazy you are down to 401. So that is actually where I would have wanted to be to transition, because everyone in the province got sent to CAMH, which is in Toronto, and it didn't matter if you're in Peterborough or Ottawa or Timmins, which is like gets like 16 hours of daylight because it's so far north. They would all send you to CAMH in Toronto because nobody wanted to deal with it at that time. I was in the right place. I went to a walk-in clinic because I didn't like have a doctor or anything, not even back in Peterborough. And I just got thrown out by a transphobic doctor. Yeah, so that kind of sucked. And then I was like looking into all the stuff that I needed to do, and it's like the whole what do you call it, a live test or something?
The real life test?
Yeah, and it's kind of like I've been doing that for the last 21 years. I just don't look the part, if you know what I mean. I'm just trying to look the part of how I should look. But even then, there was, all of the, it wouldn't have been forced on me, but I would have been expected to. I don't think sexuality really mattered here as much, but I would have been expected to basically want to be a cis woman, which I want to be a cis. I honestly would be as comfortable being a cis woman as I would being a cis man, I think. It's just not, that binary stuff is just not for me, if you know what I mean. So I gave up for like 14 years. And then, I put up a lot of walls to keep the dysphoria away. Yeah, that was not even rough, just in limbo, I guess. What, maybe a year and a half ago, the walls finally came down with a episode of the Non-Sec where they had a couple of non-binary people and Jimmy Snow, or Mr. Atheist, on, who was awesome, and that actually got me to go and look up non-binary to debunk it. And then when I started reading about it, I'm like, oh wait, I am non-binary. So yeah, that's that kind of pushed me to really do all my research and everything properly this time. And I was prepared for the gatekeeping that I experienced. Well, not even experienced, I didn't even get to the gatekeeping, because there was an asshole who wouldn't even let me get to the gate to deal with the gatekeeping. So yeah, I there was a bridge to the gate, and there was a troll under the bridge that wouldn't let me through. So I did all my research over the next few months. I actually basically live in a place that's like 3 bachelor apartments with a shared kitchen and bathroom. This place is huge for what I'm paying for it, so yeah, I'm staying here for a while. But Yeah, the people here were assholes and got kicked out, basically. So I had the whole place to myself, and I was just gone, like full exploring everything. And that was the first time I ever, like wore women's clothes or anything like that. Yeah, I'm 34. I was 33 actually at the time because that was um before my 34th birthday. Um, so I eventually decided, yes, I'm going to transition. Yes, I'm going to deal with all this shit no matter what. And I was terrified at the thought of even coming out. So on, um, so I eventually came out in a way that only I could. um, Basically, the first sentence was "fuck the speech. I'm trans." And blah blah blah. I'm going to see a therapist. Also, I'm bi. Fuck off. I'm going to bed. That was the gist of it. Um, so all that um worked. And one of the reasons I was so brave is I have a friend who's trans, and she basically said, "Here, do this, this, and this, and you'll be in a support group." And I was actually in a support group, and that was September the 22nd. I was actually in a support group that started in early October. And I wasn't even going to be transitioning yet. I wasn't going to start hormones until my 35th birthday. But I went into they eventually, in the support group, who actually, Karen in the chat was part of that. They eventually actually uh, convinced me just to go. Someone else in the chat got me in touch with another person who may or may not be watching tonight, who got me in touch with like an amazing person who does laser, and got me a really good deal on that. So like it's like, okay, I'm set. I'm gonna do this. I went to my I don't have an actual doctor. I have a nurse practitioner who, for all intents and purposes, is a doctor, just without being a medical doctor. And there's a medical doctor on hand in case she has questions. So it's a nurse practitioner led clinic. I basically went to her and, echoing something that Math said, um, uh, we actually have a trans care clinic here in Peterborough. It was actually started specifically to train doctors and nurses to treat trans patients and help us transition. Unfortunately, they didn't get that message, and they're just transferring all of their they're just having all of their trans patients go to them for transition issues. Excuse me. And they're not supposed to do that, actually. And then still treating them for other stuff. But my nurse practitioner actually works in the trans care clinic. And so like, she's been awesome. I just said, I basically went and said, I'm trans, give me hormones. And she's like, okay, we're going to do this. I want to have you do this, this, and this. And do you know this, this? And I had already done every little bit of it, because I did all my research. I was in the support group she would have referred me to. And I wasn't planning on transitioning for a little under a year. My birthday's in late August, and this was like mid-October. Oh no, early November. So but I was, presenting female, even though I wasn't really comfortable doing so yet. But it was winter, I had a long coat on, so whatever. And I had already started laser, and I was in the support group, and I probably actually knew more about HRT than she did, and she does this right. So yeah,
That
she
happens.
yeah, no, she's great though. Like, she is really 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 great. So it's just I'm a little bit autistic, and I might have some OCD about things that that affect me like this. So I really, really, really went out and did my research. I spent months researching. So
Not
I
surprised. Well, I mean, not. I mean, let me rephrase that. I've stuck my foot in my mouth. I'm not surprised that a lot of trans people are autistic because there is a comorbidity of it. I myself have Asperger's as well, so I'm not surprised because I'm a huge proponent of therapy. So like, not surprised that
yeah.
people are diligent and that is a comorbidity thing. I wasn't trying to apply judgment. Anyway, I stick my foot in my mouth a lot. Keep going. Sorry.
No, I was just
Sorry.
saying, like, I'm not in therapy or anything. I don't really feel I need any sort of therapy. I just need girl drugs. So she's like, okay, we're gonna do a blood test. We did the blood test. I went back. She actually, while she was diagnosing me with gender dysphoria, she actually asked me if I was non-binary, which was really cool. Um, but I didn't actually give her. I still haven't given her a direct answer on that because she's like, "Are you non-binary? Do you just want blockers and not estrogen?" And I'm like, and I'm thinking, actually, no. I kind of want the opposite of that, but I know I need to take the estrogen and the blockers, and then in like 5 years go off the blockers to get where I feel I want to be. Uh, Still at this time. So I'm like, I just want the normal HRT. I didn't actually give her a direct answer to asking me if I'm non-binary. And also I was still kind of somewhat closeted about being non-binary, just because I live on the internet and it's not the always the best thing to be out about. So I we eventually, by this time it was December. So I started 12.5 milligrams of Cypro on the 2nd of June, or not June. I'm really
January.
tired. I started 12.5 milligrams of cypertone acetate on the 2nd of January, which is really annoying because they only come in 50 milligram tablets. So I have to quarter that shit. That is not easy. It was actually recommended that I could also just half it and take one every other day, because it has like a 40-hour half-life. But I just decided to keep an even dosage. I don't want to be up and down. And she started me on the 18th. She started me on 1 milligram of estrogen. But then my levels dropped significantly. My levels dropped by a whole lot. They went from 128 picomoles per liter of blood to, we're so low it's under 40. We're not even going to give you an exact number. And they stayed like that.
Time of that too.
It stayed like that for 2 months, and then my last was, oh look, so she doubled it to 2, right? And then I went in again, and it's like, oh look, you're at 40, but not under 40. So she doubled it to 4, and one thing with cypertone is when combined with oral estrogen, estradiol, it causes a increase in risk of thrombosis. So I'm like, give me patches. And she had never prescribed patches before, so she basically looked up the conversion, said, okay, you're going to take this much of the patches. 2 patches is 4 milligrams equivalent, and you're going to switch those twice a week and all that. So that's where I am now, and my next appointment is on the 9th with my nurse practitioner, and on the 2nd, and any time before that, probably sometime just after Canada Day. I will go and get my blood work done. I have the fax the requisition to the lab. I can go anytime. It's been actually really, 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 really hard not to just go now and ask for another requisition later, just because I'm really, especially right now, I'm really curious to know where I am. um, because yeah, I'm just really curious. It's just how I am, because it's been almost actually going on 3 months since I've had my last blood test. So yeah, that is my story. So I had like super heavy gatekeeping. That even if I got to the gates and started the gatekeeping, um, me being the way I am, I don't know if I would have even, got through the gatekeeping, because even my personality is like, I'm going to be me, and anyone who doesn't like it can suck my non-binary girl dick. So like, it's just something I say a lot on Twitter. So like, I actually dress in the stuff that I went to see my doctor the first time in, somewhat regularly now. I like that shirt, so I don't wear it a whole lot. But I wear it whenever I feel the need, and I wear leggings all the time, and I still wear boy clothes too. It's not like, it's clothes. I just wear whatever's most comfortable and or I think looks good on me. So yeah, that is where I am, and I yeah, I'm gonna try to start progesterone on when I see my doctor next. So there's that, and I for a couple of reasons. One that's unrelated to transitioning. I would have facial feminization surgery if I could afford it or had the insurance to pay for it. And but that's not necessarily only from that's not necessarily only from uh for transitioning things. I have a painful cyst right here. You can't really see it. But it has annoyed the fuck out of me all my life. And I don't think it can be cancerous or anything, but it needs to go. So that is the primary driving force for me getting it. But while they're in there, they might as well put things back in the right gender while they're at it, right?
Uh-huh.
So
I have a question. If this is going to be appropriate for a topic for the stream, are we also talking what procedures we're not going to do?
Yeah, I mean, I am not going to have bottom surgery. That is the one thing. That's the one thing that's covered for surgery. Unless I grow like no boobs, but I think I'm already actually beyond that. But that's the one thing that is going to be absolutely guaranteed to be covered for me, and it's the only thing I don't want, really. It's the only thing that's an absolute no.
I'm kind of in the same boat, because whether bottom surgery for me is covered or not, there's not really that much advancement in medical. I'm trying not to trigger anybody's dysphoria on the chat, so I'm being very indirect.
I know where you're coming from. I don't know if I'm allowed to state the way my GP put it. My GP was the physician who came into the physician's corner of Transy 101. Well, I'll give it a try. I will try to not trigger anyone, but he basically said the whole thing is very mirror image. The trans men have very little problem passing, at least while they have the clothes on, but function is horrible. While trans women don't have a problem with function, but passing is very often horrible.
Pretty much, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's part of the reason I will not do it, because there's actually 2 different options that you can do for bottom surgery. One keeps function but doesn't look like what it's supposed to. The other looks like it's supposed to but doesn't keep the function it's supposed to. So it's like, great. I could have half of one or half of the other and not both.
Yeah.
So
Oh, boy, moy.
Yeah, we went
Yeah.
over all that in the support group.
yeah. So since we were talking medical procedures, I just wanted to make sure that not all procedures have to be done or not done or any done, and you're still completely fully trans.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly.
I get that. I understand that completely.
And
It's more for the streamers, not you guys.
yeah,
More for
yeah,
the other
yeah.
people.
So just on that subject, it's something that I'm trying to get people to push. Well, I want to get people to push two things. First, I want people to push Cyprotone getting approved by the FDA in the US. This needs to be done because
Yes.
Spyro really sucks. And Spyro is specifically really bad for your kidneys, and it's bad for your liver. Cyprotone is not as bad, or is worse for your liver, but it's not bad. It doesn't affect your kidneys. There are other options to Cypro and Spyro in the US. A lot of them are experimental, or and like some of them play around with the hormones that your pituitary gland is releasing, which is not necessarily something you want to play around with. So there needs to be that second option. So people really need to start pushing for that. And this one is definitely going to be easier to do for trans men than trans women. But I have no doubt that someday it'll be an option for trans women as well. But regenerative medicine, like people have they have grown in vitro, like full vaginas and uteruses for cis women born without them in a place where they should be, using those people's cells. Everything is homologous. Like it, we are not very far off from growing entire reproductive systems, or at least the functional parts, for like say cis men who've undergone a botched surgery, or botched circumcision, or even to completely undo a circumcision, growing the necessary or missing parts in vitro and
There's
implanting
something David
them.
Raymer could have used.
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
So that is around the corner, and I feel that trans people actually should be pushing this to be applied to GRS techniques, because it would be vastly superior just to grow the needed parts. And now there are some problems with doing this, with getting all the nerves to attach and everything. But
there's a bigger problem than that. How would you grow a uterus and vagina for you with your cells when your cells are already programmed as male and wouldn't know to grow into a uterus or a vagina?
Stem cells don't really care what they're like. The cells that would be used, like everything is homologous. You can go, there is, I forget the name of it. Just let me look that up for a
Cells like
second.
love, no gender.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know that that's correct.
No. But
Stem cells know the person.
All the structures are there. I have a page. That
I would love to see it too. I just don't see how it could be done with current technology.
I am dropping the page in the chat. So okay. There is the prostatic ultrasoul, I believe it's pronounced, which is the lower end of vagina. So you could get the cells needed to grow a vagina from that, right? The penis and the clitoris are basically the same thing, just in a different shape anyways.
Pretty much.
Like
the cell types still exist in both genders. And if you're going to talk about how you want the cells to diversify, all you've got to do is modify the SRY gene anyway.
Yeah, the SRY gene is pointless because it has, like, you can have SRY negative XX males. Like there has been a couple who have been, um,
Yeah, so I
yeah,
mean, just even whether regardless of whether somebody is XX or XY, depending on the changes of a couple of genes, you can actually express in the opposite gender anyway. So
yeah,
it's enough to take somebody whose chromosomes are one way and actually build a new body part in the other way just by turning on and off those particular genes. So
yeah. It's not
I
even the
appreciate
it's not even the genes that you need to change.
yeah, but
There's like
that's not a problem.
yeah,
It's
it's
not
not
a problem
even
with building these things.
like everything you need to grow either set of sex organs is on the X chromosome. The only difference, and this is something that I've been loosely setting for a while. So I will put this in the chat as soon as I can find it. There is actually a single, um, it's an enzyme. There's a single enzyme. I'm getting the name. It's just coming up. It's the JMJD1A enzyme, and that is solely responsible for sex selection. And I'm dropping that article also. You see, I'm OCD about this stuff. I'm also dropping that article into the chat so people can look at that. But the SRY gene basically um, uh, it basically unwinds the DNA to trigger the male development, but either that can fail or it can.
It can
I'm
also
not.
only partially activate as well. So
Yeah, exactly. A whole bunch of stuff can happen, but this one enzyme is solely responsible for how somebody develops. Now
By
it could
the way,
be argued.
your link only takes to a chart, and I couldn't get out of that.
Oh yeah. The chart, the first link just goes to a chart.
Yeah, that's
and
all
is
old news.
solely the homologies of sex organs.
Yeah, we learned that in comparative anatomy.
Yeah, exactly. But my point was, you could go into the prostatic ultrasound and get the cells needed to grow a vagina from there. And when you put them in the right spot, they will continue to grow in the shape of that. Or that would be how I would that would be what I would expect. You'd of course have to, do tests, try to do it in vitro first, and all of that will be done in vitro anyways. But
aside from that, you can grow organs on scaffolding anyway.
yeah. That's what I mean by in vitro. So that is just that's just the homologies.
But the scaffolding is all I'm saying is that unless you change that sex chromosome, you're not going the cell is not going to know to go to male or female. It will default to what it is. And if it's my cell,
no,
that's going to have male.
No,
the
the
cells
second
specify into a type of cell, and then they will grow on the scaffold. So they get they get a type of cell that is equivalent, say, to vaginal wall lining.
Right, and that's what they can't do.
Scaffold. Yes,
No,
they
no,
can
they can.
because those
No,
cells are still existent.
Chromosomes don't determine your chromosomes are part of what determines your sex, but if you look at the second article that I
Chromosomes
posted,
respond to a message from mitochondrial and
RNA.
Has anyone here heard of complete androgen insensitivity syndrome?
Yeah.
Yes.
And what everybody's talking about here strongly resembles the stem cell procedure, because in CAIS, the individual's karyotype, the chromosomal makeup, is XY, but because the AR gene carries a non-functional allele, there are no androgen receptors, or it depends on how non-functional this allele is. It could be anywhere from few androgen, few or none receptors to nearly as many as a non-affected person would have. But the karyotype of all those cells is still XY,
Yeah,
but it depends on how they respond to external cues.
Yeah, so karyotype doesn't matter. You can have fully developed SRY negative XX men. You can have fully or almost fully developed XY females or fully developed XY females. There's a number of different intersex conditions that will cause these. But if you look at the second article, right, not the
Right,
list,
and
but the other
it's
one,
saying exactly what I'm trying to point out is that
no,
unless you change that SRY, the cell is not going to go to female, it's going to go to male if that's what it is to start with.
So then can you explain how there are SRY negative XX men who are perfectly 100% phenotypically male and with normal genitalia, and I can pull up articles for that if you really want. But no, the sex selection is entirely based on the JMJD1A enzyme. So if that unwinds correctly, you'll have someone who is phenotypically male. If not, you'll have someone who's phenotypically female. You could have someone who's androgen insensitive and does actually have internal testes and is missing a couple of parts. Like I believe they don't have a cervix, but they have internal testicles and spermatic cords and possibly vas deferens. I don't know every part. But they also have a normal functioning vagina. They're completely phenotypically female, except for maybe they might be somewhat androgynous because they don't have anything producing estrogen unless you give it to them. But they basically develop as very close to what you would expect out of a cis female. So whether the cells are male or female, they don't care. They just grow where they're supposed to grow. So sure,
you'll have growing them on the scaffold. They have to grow on the scaffold.
Yeah, so sure you'll have male prosthetic ultrasoul cells growing on top.
A vagina interior is not the same tissue type as the skin of a penis. Okay,
I
one
didn't
is a
say
mucous membrane, the other is not.
I didn't say the skin of a penis. I said the prosthetic ultrasoul, which is the same cells that would grow the interior of a vagina.
Yeah.
It's the same
How is it
cells.
going to do that if it looks at its DNA and there is a male chromosome on there?
How does it do that? How does it do that when there's an androgen? How does it do that for an androgen insensitive woman and ends up growing a fully functional normal vagina?
Because it's in a system that allows that to happen.
So we can create a system that allows that to happen.
And that's what I'm saying. Unless you do that first, that cell is not going to be able to differentiate and grow on a scaffold of any sort just because you tell it to.
It's the same cells of a it's the same cells of a cis woman's vagina. It's just in a different shape. You take it, you put it on the scaffolding, and it will grow. And it's on a scaffolding, so it's going to keep growing until it runs out of room. And
no,
it may
if
not
you take a cell from a liver and you put it on a kidney scaffold, it's going to grow a liver in the shape of a kidney.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. And I'm saying it's
still going to be a liver.
You go to the homologous organ and you take cells from the homologous organ. it's the same organ. It's just a different shape.
Is it okay if we switch subjects here? I think we kind of got off topic.
Yeah, we've lost people.
Yeah, I would like to see what you're saying achieved. I really would. We're not there yet. We're a long way away.
Yes, that's true. But my point is that we need to push for research to be done on this. Was my original point. This and like I said, it's easier to do for trans guys because you have everything there. It's really easy to do. So yeah, that was my point. So I want to move on to people's thoughts on gatekeeping, because I am for gatekeeping for basically for surgery. The system that we're using, hormones for a year, and then it's actually not that hard for me. It would not be that hard for me to get the letters that I need if I wanted them, um, to get the letters I need for surgery. Like I said, I don't want them, but yeah, I am happy with just hormone replacement therapy at this time.
Shall we cover what happened in the last couple of weeks in Sydney?
Yes, that is actually something I forgot. So, there is the mom of a trans guy in
Leanne. Yeah,
yeah.
she's got a trans son who's 18 now, but there's her son goes to did go to an endocrinologist in Sydney, New South Wales. This particular endocrinologist was the only one within Sydney that was had permission from the courts to treat trans people under the age of 16. So he was the only one who could give hormone blockers, or possibly, if you had court orders for it, give hormones, because you can get hormones under 16 in Australia if you've got court orders. There was protests against this from the mobs, and basically the medical council in New South Wales have more or less stopped this endo from being able to practice whilst they do an investigation, despite the fact that he was actually licensed to do this, which is absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, just because of these groups that have complained. So it's they basically had to close practice until all this kerfuffle gets out of the way, and that's meant a whole heap of young trans people in New South Wales, where they've got no one else to go to, and now in a position where they may not be able to get access to their hormone blockers or hormones.
That stinks.
Yeah, it's absolutely dreadful.
Agreed.
It shouldn't be allowed to happen. Unfortunately, considering it's Australia's biggest city, Sydney is the one city in Australia that doesn't have a gender clinic. So this doctor was the only port of call for young transitioners. If you're over 16, it was fine. There were a few others who will do it, but this was the only one that would actually prescribe anything to anybody under 16.
That is extremely
That's
shitty.
despicable.
Yeah. That's,
and we know who we all know who the general bodies are who did the complaining.
Yeah. Excuse me. I have allergies.
Yes, I'm allergic to bullshit too.
There was allegations of child abuse and stuff like that because
you're giving trans people what they need, and apparently that's child abuse.
But because they're children, you see, they're not old enough to have consent, despite the fact that in Australia, hormone blockers can be given without court orders, but to take hormones, you actually have to go and do. She can tell me what the list was. There's precedence for it over here. They call it the Gillick competency test, and it just it's a test that they give in court to prove that you as somebody under the age of 16 are intellectually competent enough to make decisions for yourself. So you have to pass that before you could take hormones before you turn to 16 in Australia. You can take hormone blockers before then. I think down to about 12. You can start taking them. Earlier if you have court orders.
Jeez, man, you can actually have hormone blockers at 12. That would have been about 4 or 5 years too late for me.
Yeah, it is possible to get court orders to have things happen sooner, but it's a lot harder because you really need the child to be able to articulate themselves properly.
Well, that was my problem. I could articulate very well. Yeah, I don't know if this audience or this panel knows. I think I mentioned it this morning. I had a very early puberty. It might have even been precocious. I was well into puberty by age 8. I was singing baritone at age 10. So, now how does that fit into the legality of everything? What the hell is going on in the back there? Sounds like somebody's there are certain ball
Noisy keyboard.
Oh, is that it? Okay. Okay. I was just trying to figure out what it was, so now I know what it is, and that's fine. Yeah, it's how about those kids who are in those unusual positions? Because, like I say, I don't know how many others out there.
Despicable. And this is the kind of thing that happens in the UK all the time. It's way worse over there than it is here. I mean, this is one particular case, and it's a case of New South Wales needs to have a gender clinic because then you don't have these problems. And I'm guessing maybe that's the way they're trying to go, because that would be easier on them if they actually had a gender clinic. It's very hard for the usual bodies to make complaints because it's properly government set up and controlled. So
yeah.
Well, what it really is an issue of whether or not individuals, private citizens, have the right to tell other private citizens what they can and cannot do with their bodies, their children, and that sort of thing. It makes me crazy to think that there's a bunch of people who can protest what I do with my body.
I kind of view this as the rule of you can do whatever you want as long as you're doing whatever you want doesn't impact me. Like, for example, I'm not a fan of anti-vax. Like, yes, you don't want to put vaccines in your body, but at that point you're potentially risking me and other immune people. But at the same time, you shouldn't be stopping me from getting the trans care I need.
I'm a lot of actually for a lot of closer to Mike apparently. I have a lot of ambivalences for a few reasons. One of them is now this is something that I am. It's the opposite argument. But like I am very anti-circumcision. Like it should not be performed on anyone under the age of 18 without that person's direct consent. And there are medical alternatives to it, so only if absolutely necessary otherwise, which is like never. So that is in conflict with giving people puberty blockers, but I would be for giving people puberty blockers if they want it. I would also say that I would put a little bit more gatekeeping for people, especially people so young. Because my experience is that I would have gone on blockers and I would have had GRS by the time I was like 12, because I didn't know anything if I had the chance. So we need to make sure that we are making sure that kids are as educated as they can possibly be before they go on blockers. So that they
I'm
know it's
sorry,
the right
I need
thing.
to step out for a bit to take care of my dog. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's fine.
So back on gatekeeping, I kind of hold a little bit of a different view. I am one that I want to make sure everybody is informed. Yes, that is important. However, I don't like the idea of artificial gatekeeping to enforce that you are informed. I think that like there shouldn't be the whole wait a year and then surgery. It should be, okay, here is all this information and then show me that you've digested this. Okay, you have. And show me how you can improve this in your life. Sort of like, I'm not a fan of the whole you have to be a year on hormones or live a year as the life of your gender, because sometimes that's not physically possible.
Yeah, that's true. And especially for some things other than others. Some things more than others. Just again, it's my experience that I would have done something that I believe I would have regretted when I was very, very young, and not fully able to make.
Well,
So
you also have
this
to
is
have
purely
parents
coming
involved,
from
so that's
me.
a thing. I
Well,
mean,
okay, now there's where you get into an interesting situation. What happens when the parents are, I'll put it in quotes, the parents, air quotes, are part of the problem?
Well, if you're
Uh,
in Canada, you go to the courts, and then the courts say, "Fuck you, parents. This kid's getting blockers and hormones because the Supreme Court of British Columbia recently ruled against against a parent attempting to prevent their trans child from getting blockers and or hormones."
Now, the question I have is what help does the kid have in finding employment to pay rent, utilities, groceries, that sort of thing? Because the parents are still going to take it out on the kid. Believe you
exactly.
me, I have been in that situation.
Yeah.
Uh,
Our government would not allow that in the slightest. So I'm not sure exactly what would be done, but like the child would definitely be protected from any
The
abuse
problem
that the
you'd have
parents
though
would
is most
give.
of the kids in that position would be too afraid to come out.
Yes, that's true
Agreed.
as well.
yeah, yeah.
I was
Hey,
too
you're
afraid.
looking at one of them.
I was too afraid to come out, and like my
I
parent.
wasn't afraid. I just couldn't explain it.
Yeah,
Well,
And I knew
believe
not
that
to
would
come out,
happen.
even though I knew at a very young age. I knew don't come out because my parents were very much fundamentalist Christians, and
uh,
it wasn't going to go well. I can't even imagine what would have happened.
my,
Yeah,
my
the slimy bastards were not fundamentalist Christians. They were just arseholes. I mean, when I call them slimy bastards, I'm not kidding.
I'm not going to argue with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's more a lot of the rules. This is kind of a pet peeve of mine. Seem to be written with trans women in mind. Don't get me wrong, y'all are amazing,
No,
but a lot of the rules seem to be written with trans women in mind. Like a lot of the legal rules, a lot of the social rules, they are written for trans women.
In what
I
way? I'm
completely
curious.
agree.
and I totally agree with you. That's actually a point that's come across a lot of times. Historically, the focus was on trans women, and trans men were simply ignored. They were rendered invisible in all of it.
Yeah, so I'm gonna pick on the most common rule, which is live
Okay.
as your gender for X amount of time before we consider hormones or surgery.
Oh, the way you were speaking earlier, where
Uh-huh.
there's no way to effectively
Right.
hide
Yeah.
your rack. Yeah,
Yeah,
So-
there's
okay,
no way
okay.
to effectively hide your rack. For another one like sports, where you can't, where you're when sports, the rules are specifically written. You can't take like things like human growth hormone or things to intentionally jack up. Whereas if you are a trans male, you the rules as written, unless they've changed, which I have not looked them up recently, is for things like the Olympics, you can't take things that enhance your performance.
You can take
Testosterone is a thing that enhances your performance.
you can get an exemption. I believe
You
there's
can.
there's a
It's
provision
like a
that'll give you.
TUE or something like that.
Yeah. So actually, in the chat, Kara asks, how often do people know what resolves their dysphoria ahead of time? The delay for surgery gives time to see if other measures can address the dysphoria. I don't have any dysphoria. I don't have dysphoria like I don't have bottom dysphoria, and I never have in the way that any of you probably ever would, except for maybe Danielle. But so I can't answer this question because the only thing like that is good for the most part. I just need hormones.
Well, for me, in my case, I know specifically some of my dysphoria will get resolved by hormones. However, specifically for me, because I had a rack, there was no way hormones would ever reduce the size of my rack enough for me to pass. To be blunt, I had double D's. And that's if you're
Mhm.
going on the low end side. Hormones will not shrink that down enough.
Right.
So there are certain things like that. Hormones will not enable my body, which had a bit of a figure eight, to actually pass because without hormones, rather. So hormones do help in that regard. There was no way I was going to grow a beard without those or have my voice deepen. It's still pretty high pitched if you can't tell. And this is after a year and a half to 2 years on hormones.
Well, I mean,
Oh.
please excuse the bluntness, if you will. You sound like a 14-year-old boy.
No, that makes me happy. That I actually sound like a boy. I will take that because it's something I've been striving for. I used to be a soprano.
Well,
Okay. Now, this
That
is
is good
interesting.
progress.
You
Math-
used to be the soprano. I'm a trained bass baritone. I mean, this. Okay. Here is my natural voice. A lot of people told me I should have been in radio, and I wish I could have been, but that's another story entirely. And this is one of the things I'd really like to be without, and puberty blockers might have helped with that. As far as that,
Yeah.
one of the many things I'd like to be without. So, okay,
So
Diana's back now.
so I
the
actually
other
just want to say that, like, guys with this is my normal speaking tone, right? This is this and Jenny's speaking with her normal speaking tone. Like, I've done very little to try to raise it. I've tried to lower it too before. So, like, guys with higher pitched voice are great. See Geddy Lee. And girls with lower pitched voices are also great. See Cher, I guess. So there is absolutely nothing wrong with that at all, whatsoever. As far as
So
I'm
I
concerned.
actually did a voice therapy class. Oddly enough, it wound up while I was there being part of a report by the AP. This was about 10 years ago. And it helped me a lot. But the biggest thing it gave me was a sense of confidence with my transition.
Okay. Now, I'm rather lucky because most people don't seem to care what I sound like when I'm speaking this way. They'll misgender me over the phone every time. I'm accustomed to that. That's no big deal. What's really fun though is, okay, may I have your name? May I have your name, sir? Diana. Okay, sir. And what is your last name? And
I had that happen to me. I was trying to resolve an order for pumpkins for completely unrelated reasons we will not go into on stream.
Yeah, okay, fine.
So the account I couldn't change out of my dead name, so I said my name was Mark, and so they asked me. So your wife's order.
All right.
Nice. If I may speak to both Kara's question and the gatekeeper one, because those two overlap for me. One of the issues I ran into, I had gatekeepers who had very definite opinions of how transition should be. You get on HRT, you transition. They were one of the flexibility points was about RLE for HRT. They kind of wanted it, but were willing to. It's hard to describe that one. But it was very much your first thing had to be bottom surgery. I had very odd feelings about it. It's hard for me to describe it. I never really had any time free of that kind of pressure from my endocrinologist or from my therapist to really think about what I wanted. I knew I would have preferred to have some other surgeries like FFS and breast augmentation, but my providers were totally opposed to that. My therapist actually insisted it should be considered too risky. There's no long-term data about the risk of it to use that therapist terms on the bodies of men. the endocrinologist hinted that if I did that before bottom surgery, it would present an issue to my continued access to HRT.
Oh
Of course,
boy.
some of the fun here is they never actually said things very directly. They always spoke around it. And I will add at this moment, both that therapist and my first two endos were members of WPATH at that time.
Did I hear WPATH?
Yes.
I'm not sure I remember what that is.
WPATH is the standards. My therapist actually had me read them. They're dry as hell, but they are very much worth the read.
Yeah. World Professional Association for Transgender Healthcare.
That.
Okay, sort of.
It used to be Harry Benjamin something or other. They renamed about 10 to 15 years ago.
Yeah, I got you now. I got you. Shows you how long I've been away from the clinic.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah.
For similar reasons, I don't try to keep up with what various surgeons there are because it's changed so much in the last 6 years.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh my.
But one thing I will add there about the gatekeeping aspect, there was mention about the year for bottom surgery. The way my therapist approached it was a full year since my first session after having transitioned at work, or full-time is the term she used, in order to request the letter. And as a result, because of further delays where she pretty much dropped off the face of the earth for 6 months, after that, it wound up being 2 years for me.
Like, I kind of understand, like, the purpose behind gatekeeping is because surgery is a permanent decision. It's more like each person should have their own standards and rules. Like, they should absolutely be in therapy before you even consider doing a life-altering change like that. But we also have life-altering changes like tattoos, which are permanent and don't have any gatekeeping.
I mean, tattoos.
I know tattoos aren't the same exact thing.
Well, they can
more...
they can be taken out. It's just apparently way worse than even laser.
Yeah, it's more. There are a lot of different things that are permanent, and it's probably more because of a taboo. I understand there should be some making sure that you want to do it, which is why I think anybody who wants it should be in therapy. It's not to say that it's a mental illness. It's to make sure that there's not something else like DID, or because there are DID trans people. Don't get me wrong, that came out wrong. That you understand and you're mentally aware of what you're consenting to.
Yeah,
that should be the only requirement, in my opinion.
Yeah, I would say that probably instead of just maybe a hard weight, a lot of therapy might be. But there's no gatekeeping for things like facial feminization surgery or a lot of the other stuff. So like even if I wasn't trans, I could go and get facial feminization surgery without any amount of gatekeeping whatsoever, which is kind of odd. I was expecting the same year thing for that.
One of the things, I don't know how common this is. There's no gatekeeping for a boob job either, right? I mean, I know several guys
a little hit and miss
on a boob job.
There is here.
Oh, there is.
There is in the U.S. Yes.
I ran into that in the U.S. So after I had bottom surgery, I consulted on both breast augmentation and FFS, and sometimes with the same surgeons. And I ran into letter requirements, albeit in general they would have accepted my bottom surgery letters for breast augmentation, but not for FFS.
Really? There's no gatekeeping for FFS at GRS Montreal whatsoever. They just said call them and they'll do
FFS, no one had any letter requirement for that.
Oh, okay.
Letter requirement was purely for breast augmentation, even if it was the same surgeon I was talking to for both.
Okay, so I'm just really tired right now.
No problem. Since it was the same surgeons and the consultations were contemporaneous, it's confusing.
like breast augmentation isn't off the table for me, But breast
Uh-huh.
augmentation is I'm going to wait and see how much I get from hormones. Like I'm going to wait
Oh, I
until
understand that.
things stop growing because I have a phobia of surgery, of
Yeah.
any surgery.
Mhm.
I would
Yeah.
not even. I would not. I would have a hard. I would have a hard time with like a biopsy or something exploratory,
Uh-huh.
or something like that. It's hard enough for me to want this infernal cyst freaking removed from my brow. Um, like it took me basically like 20 years to decide to get rid of that. Um, to decide that I wanted to get rid of that. So I've been building myself up to that for a long time. And then it's like, well, if they're going to be in there anyways, I'm going to have to be put under. I could not do that awake. I don't know if they, I don't know if that's something they'd normally put you under for or whatever. I just could not do it awake. I would have a panic attack. I would have an anxiety
Oh
attack, and I
man,
would panic.
we're a
I'm
little
back, you
bit
guys.
different.
And that is something that even makes the terror worse. So yeah, I would for any surgery, even minor ones, I would
Uh-huh.
probably I would need to insist to be put under because it would just be like it would be a panic attack. I could not do it. I could not sit still. Um, it's yeah, it's really really rough. There's a phobia for it, but I can't remember the name of the specific phobia. But
Well,
yeah.
they do put you under for genital surgery.
Oh yes, I know that.
I know,
And then
I'm
once
just
you're
teasing.
flopping around, you and I are a little different, May. When I had cranial surgery at the age of 18, they thought I had a brain tumor. They wanted to go in and have a look. They didn't find anything in there, so they closed me back up. But I wanted to watch.
I couldn't.
When,
I couldn't.
I'm
When
talking.
I-
I'm talking to the neurosurgeon. I said, "Can I have a mirror and watch this?"
I couldn't.
when I
No.
cut off my thumb and they reattached it, I did watch. It was really quite
Oh
fascinating.
wow!
I have a hard time like with I still have a hard time with needles, and I still have a hard time like I got a fish hook like completely embedded in my thumb, and I couldn't even watch while they took it out. Right? So I
Ooh,
tried.
I
I
got
actually
that in
tried
the
to
back
take
of my
that.
head from my dad when I was a kid.
Ooh.
Yeah, I had to get over a lot of stuff that I had with needles. The first
Uh-huh.
few weeks of me trying to take tea was, even though they showed me in the office, it's still counterintuitive to intentionally stab. Naturally, you're essentially stabbing yourself.
Oh, if
Yeah,
I get a flu
you know.
shot, I swear, putting stuff in is way worse than taking stuff out. And I get actually at the same pharmacy I get all my drugs at basically. I get my flu shot every year, and it hurts, and I don't like it, and it keeps hurting.
Huh.
And putting stuff in is way worse than taking stuff out. That's all I have to say. I could get you
Yeah,
know,
it is.
yeah.
It was most of my life that I had a problem with putting stuff in. Um, drawing blood, that was no problem. I'd stand there and grade them as they stuck the needle in there and everything else. But I had to get vaccines when I went back to uni, the second time around, because they required the vaccinations, and I could not prove that I had the childhood illnesses against which they were vaccinating people. I had what do you want to call it, a vertigo reaction, where I got dizzy when they put the shit in there. Got a little bit lightheaded. Now things have got a lot better now. I think when I had to have the entire mouthful of teeth extracted because I couldn't afford a dentist and they fell apart. I think they were putting so much shit into my mouth that I finally got accustomed to it. But yeah, for most of my life, putting in was a lot harder than taking out.
The worst thing is that the veins in my elbows where they usually take blood are almost impossible to find. And this might have something to do with my uncomfortableness with needles. So they have to try multiple times sometimes. I actually once made a lab tech cry, just because she like could not find the vein. I have to tell them to always take it from the left side because
Yeah.
nobody's ever successfully taken blood from my right arm ever.
I'm the other way around. The crook of the elbow. I don't know if it's easy to see this or not. The vein
Yeah,
is very prominent here, but you know it's there, but trying to find it with a needle is like it just can't be done. And when
you
I
can't.
had to have the 24-hour glucose tolerance test back in '76, when I was in the hospital for a month in conjunction with this brain thing that was going on. They finally used this so much. They said, "Okay, Zavarke, we have to go over here." And God, they were trying to find it, and they just weren't. And it was
I had some of that earlier in my life. In particular, I grew up on a dairy farm, so I worked quite hard a lot. They'd be going to draw blood, and of course, I'm at rest, so they could find the veins very easily on the surface, but actually getting the needle into them was a different story.
Yeah. Oh man, it was. I tell you though that month in the hospital was interesting because there was a really cute candy striper. And the thing is, she kind of liked me too. The only problem was the slimy bastards stepped between the two of us. God damn it, they did it every time. But then again, had we got together back then, who knows where I would be right now? Would I be where I am now? It was bad enough getting to where I am now through what I went through.
So my favorite story on that one, as a quick aside, was the nurses have probably changed because I actually had bottom surgery in Montreal, and the nurse who taught me dilation, if Dr. Ruth had been a native Quebecois speaker, this is the person you would have.
All right. Amazing.
They're all. Yeah, they need to work on their. They need to hire people who are English speaking for English speaking people. They're bilingual, but
was
Well,
serviceable.
I'm
I'll
getting
put it
the
that way.
impression. Yeah, you're speaking of the attitude, right?
Yes,
Oh.
yes. There was the Quebecois accent. Her English was it wasn't spectacular, but it was quite good. I'll give it that. It was good enough for the purposes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and sorry, when did you have it? Sorry, I can't therapy today.
6 years and a month ago.
Okay. Yeah, actually, I think that was at a time when, that was at a time when the separatists were, really getting riled up, I think, if I remember correctly. So it would make sense that they might be a little more snobby. Yeah, referendum is a dirty word in Canada. Don't say it.
Oh, I didn't see it come in. Hi, Demi.
I was pretty oblivious back then. There was
Shannon,
a lot going on.
yay!
Oh, Shannon's here.
Hi, Shannon.
Shannon is great.
Yes, she is. She is such a wonderful people person.
Yeah. If you're not following Shannon on,
seeing as Demi's here, I want to apologize to her because it was my miscommunications to her that meant that she didn't actually make the stream, and unfortunately, both May and I had advertised that she'd be in the stream before I realized that was going to be the thing. So I'm so sorry, Demi, for doing that to you. It wasn't intentional, and I'm sorry.
Sounds
sounds like it's just a miscommunication. So
sounds like what happened to me when I had R&R on my show. I gave him the correct time, and he somehow wrote down the time 2 hours later. And he was apologizing profusely when he did come on, and it was like, "Hey, Aaron, you're here. Let's not worry about it. On with the show." Shannon, yes,
Shannon.
Demi is indeed here.
Yeah, and yeah, you're still welcome to come in if you want. So I'm really sorry
I
for
can
that.
always run this for another 8 hours, right?
Yeah, I can
Shannon,
go for like
if you
another
want,
8
I
hours.
can DM you the link.
Yeah, if you
drop
want
in
in,
with
Shannon.
Yeah, drop in.
Shannon is like the nicest person, and she's and in bed. Yeah, but no, anyone who's not following Shannon on Twitter or subscribe to her, go do that because Shannon is just awesome. How many
Okay,
Canadians?
Let me see if
I
I can
get this
copy
straight?
that link on mobile. Hang on.
I have a question for the panel members.
Hmm.
When you guys were initially starting to go through your work with your psychotherapists, were any of you subjected to a battery of psych testing?
No,
No.
it was not.
Did anybody have to take the MMPI?
No.
No.
I did not.
I
No.
bet.
Do you know what the MMPI is?
The what is
No.
it now? The it's one of the tests of mental maturity.
The Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory.
There it is. There, I couldn't remember the name of it, but yeah.
I basically got asked, "Do you have dysphoria?" Yes. Okay. Good. Here's your.
Yeah, you had an idea. But I mean, he gatekeeped me after the first appointment. So, and the rest of them were just me going in and having a chat with him, basically.
Yeah. Well, I didn't get
Jenny,
I didn't
Jenny,
get
get closer
anything
to
on
your
the
mic.
first.
Can't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said he basically finished his gatekeeping with me after the first appointment, and then the rest of the appointments I'd had with him were more or less just because I had to.
Yeah.
Well, you guys really had it
talked
easy.
about everything, but
the MMPI alone, the MMPI alone takes an entire day to take.
Well, it's the size
hundreds
of
and hundreds of
Encyclopedia
questions.
Britannica.
They found me to be sane.
I'm amazed. I'm amazed.
Yeah, I'm
Jen.
certified.
How did you pull that one off?
I'm completely nuts.
Very interesting.
They'd find me a mathematics lover. I guess that kind of counts as its own breed of different.
Yeah.
Well, it is psychopathology. Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah.
It's just
what you said,
unfortunate.
Jenny, about having to attend. It was required. That was actually something I ran into. I had years of monthly sessions because to stay on HRT, my endocrinologist required I stay in therapy.
Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Back in the early days, what was developed was the Harry Benjamin standards of care. And a lot of what everybody goes through is the product of those standards of care. And I assure you, they were really important in the early days because nobody knew
Benjamin
nothing.
meant well. He did.
I don't know that those are actually held in force today, but I think that they are still the backbone of what happens.
I believe you are correct.
The organization
just
changed
eased
to
it off
WPATH.
all the time. Yeah.
The organization changed names to WPATH and has, I think, what are we on, version 7 of the SOC from them at this point?
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah.
And again, back in my day, there was no internet, and so networking, gathering information just was almost impossible, if not existent at all.
Yeah. Yeah, and I like. I don't want to say that anyone who, not anyone, but I don't want to say that a lot of people who are gatekeeping have ill will intent or anything other than people's best interest in mind. It's just like, what is the most effective way to make sure that everyone gets what they need now?
If
Emmy,
you can't sleep, Shannon, get up and join the chat.
She's not gonna. I think she's okay off chat, but for now, because I gave her the link and she said she's not free at the moment. But
I know she said that she's in bed.
She's very expensive. So wait a minute, you're not free. You're in bed. What the hell was Paul up there?
What was that old line?
Danielle, where did you have your surgery?
Montreal with Broussard and I think Belanger.
Okay.
Her name.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were in America for that.
I am. there was a weird thing on this. This is another piece of that gatekeeping. My first choices were some surgeons in the U.S. Every time I talked to my therapist about it, she gave me pressure to go to one of two surgeons that she thought was better. The other was one in Belgrade. And over time, I finally came to the realization my choice is those two, one of those two, or start over with another therapist. It's become very clear, even though she didn't give an outright refusal, if I stuck with wanting another surgeon, I was never going to get a letter from her.
That's inappropriate.
Not fun. No, that's not a good thing at all.
No, it isn't.
And Jenny, I'd ask where you got your surgery, but I wouldn't know anything about Australia.
Well, I already told you anyway. No, there was when I had my surgery. There was no surgeons in Australia. There was a surgeon in Australia in Sydney, and he retired like about 12 months before I started transitioning. And Australia only recently got a new surgeon 5 years ago. So my choices were go overseas. And from here, it's a lot easier to go to Thailand. So I went to Thailand.
I almost wish I would have actually looked outside of the country or off insurance, but I actually wanted to stay on the one my insurance provider recommended, which has its own ups and downs, because I'm probably going to want to get actually something of mine corrected a little bit, because there's a rare case when you get top surgery. It's called dovetailing. I don't know if you guys are familiar with it.
No,
but,
I am not.
Can't fill us in. We don't know much about what trans men go through. So yeah.
So, in general, a lot of times you're looking to try to create a flat chest similar to what a well-built guy would have happen.
Okay.
But sometimes you can have your chest kind of have a little bit of a cave into it and a little bit sticking out the side. If it's it depends on how things drain, not to be too disgusting. And so mine ended up dovetailing a little bit, which is always a risk. So I may actually end up having to get that fixed at some point.
Oh.
But it's enough to pass, actually. But one side ended up great. The other side kind of has a little bit sticking out, so it's kind of weird. I can hide it if I have a shirt on, but if I don't have a shirt on, it's still a little bit weird. If you know what you're looking for, you see it.
Now this is interesting. Was I talking about the trans man friend of mine? His name is Melvin. He's the one that had the G cup before getting the rack removal. He has the very, very obvious angular scars going on. And when we were talking about that sort of thing, I was wondering.
The scars are going to happen no matter what. I still have the scars. This is something different.
Okay.
I have the scars underneath because you literally took out a lot of stuff.
Oh, right.
Because there's two different top surgeries, and because he and I were both big chested, that just happens because you're going to have the scars from the major surgery. Like, there's stuff you can do to reduce it, but you're still going to have those scars. Like, mine are mostly white. I kind of lucked out in that regard, but they're still there.
Yeah, he's got these. They look like pieces of rope, basically, and they retain a reddish hue.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
And then you have your shirt off, and it's something happened up there.
That's another why I want played augmentation, because my torso is enough. I don't need scars there too.
Well, I'm actually okay with the scars. I would prefer the scars 120% over having my chest. Like,
oh yes, I'm with you. Definitely.
Yeah, like the scars, like they can be hidden. Like there's scar creams and those types of things. Like there are different things. Like it won't entirely hide it, but it can help to an extent. And like any partner of mine would know that I'm trans and this is a thing. And there's actually convenient excuses we have, like when we go to the gym and shit like that. It's like, oh, I had gynecomastia, it's fine. I just had a surgery to correct that. And most people don't even care what that is, and they just go with it.
Yeah, most of them can't even pronounce it. You had
So-
what?
Yeah, I had gynecomastia. I went on hormones to kind of expand that. But
I just tell people
that's why that's
that I
why that's why
okay.
like it's not off the table, but that's why I'm waiting till I like that's why I'm waiting till my puberty ends before I decide whether I want to do that or not. Instead of
What's your
getting it at like a
Shannon?
year or two.
I just tell my women friends that I had a radical episiotomy.
Hey,
Wow, that's a good one.
if I give you guys a link to gynecomastia, can you put it in the YouTube chat? Because I've been following it on my phone.
Yeah, hang on a second. I'll
So-
just
Why
get
not?
a.
Let's do that.
Yeah, that'd be thanks.
So,
so where
MathBlade.
you?
I
Where
got
you
that. I
putting
can
the
put
link?
that. No.
Just
Let's
a
go
second.
to.
Twitter.
No. I got it. I got. I'll
Okay,
just
you
put
got
a-
it.
So
Cool.
Yeah, I'll put
you
the
had
one from
mentioned
the.
about
I'll put the one
wanting
from the
to-
Mayo Clinic in.
you had mentioned about wanting to stay with the one who was on your insurance, and for solid reasons. For me, my employer's insurance at the time had a blanket exclusion on trans coverage, so I was paying out of pocket wherever I went.
Mm-hmm.
Part of my therapist's point of view on it was about exchange rate matters for Canada. Normally quite true, but not in late 2012 to early 2013. The U.S. dollar was particularly weak against the Canadian dollar at that time, so it actually cost me substantially more to go there.
We had pretty much had parity at that point. I think it was
Actually,
like within 10
we were
cents.
above parity for some times.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
it hovered around that.
yeah.
We had to start paying bills with beaver pelts.
I love it. Oh, for the love of Saint.
But yeah, it was a lot of fun trying to submit the payments, and because I was then married to someone who was real stingy about money in some ways, but also spendthrift, and was, well, I want this to be to the penny. It's like, I've got no way to actually accomplish that.
Yeah. I mean, my only choice for any Paris, but like they will buy me a train ticket to Montreal at least, and like I am a Montreal Canadiens fan,
Nice.
Go
so if
Blackhawks.
screw you.
Nice.
If I do go for anything, I want to make sure it's during hockey season. And I'm going to catch you a game while I'm down there.
Yeah, that sounds very, very familiar. When I went to view the solar eclipse in 17, I was so happy it was during baseball season because I stopped in Chicago for 3 days. One of the things I did, I got to see a game at Wrigley. Yay, 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 yay.
Hey, are we going to talk about surgery more? I got a couple good surgery jokes.
Go ahead.
Oh, no.
Well, that's oh man. Well, my whole thing is the money. I mean, I would jump at the whole thing.
Yep, that's where I am too. One isn't.
Yeah, and with me,
Then you're out to infinity.
my insurance is Medicare with one of those things they call Medicare
Part D.
Advantage, I believe. The one where you submit everything to the insurance company and then they bill Medicare for it.
Lose Diana?
I hope not. I hope not.
I hope not.
I'm
You
going to
froze for
find
a
this
second
thing.
there.
Let's see.
My surgery costs a little bit more than.
Joke.
Okay, here we go.
Go ahead, Danielle.
I was going to say, on the quick note of surgery jokes while you were looking that up, I actually had a fun experience. Due to a minor issue, some blood drained abruptly while I was in recovery. Called the nurse at the recovery residence in Montreal, and she sets me easily at ease by saying, "You're bleeding? But it's not that time of the month."
My surgery cost a little bit more than most of the other folks in my day because I had the dental option.
Oh.
vagina dentata.
Oh.
No wieners for the rest of your days.
Yeah, Medicare Advantage is the one where they act as a go-between between you and Medicare. It's basically just another layer of bullshit that you have to deal with.
Diana, volume.
What, my volume is down?
Oh,
Yep.
I hear it just fine.
Yeah.
Okay, it must have been. I was leaned away from my microphone.
Yeah, you're better now.
I was leaning away from the microphone a little bit, so that might be what did it. Yeah, okay. I could always turn up the. There we go. Turn up the volume while I'm at it. And then, yeah, the things I hear about trying to get shit taken care of under Medicare, if you get it covered at all, it's a whole bunch of hoop jumping.
Yeah, I am not a fan of unnecessary hoop jumping. I'm actually needing to wrap up here in a little bit because I have to get some stuff done before I go to work tomorrow.
What are you, a Christmas present?
No, actually, I'm very much not a Christmas person.
Yeah, Christmas present. Yeah, oh well, but this is beside the point.
Yeah.
I would like to ask something of Jenny and Danielle. I've never had the opportunity to talk to too many people who've had bottom surgery too. So this is a legitimate question, although it's going to sound humorous. When I was about to be released and the doctor comes in and he's going to remove the bandages, blah, blah, blah. Of course, he has to remove the packing that they put in there. And he must have put the packing in kind of like a Z type layer thing, almost like an accordion. And it was a couple feet long, I don't know, however long it is, I don't know. And he pulls it out and it kind of comes out in a, it felt like a 2-foot string of Benoit balls. And I was, and I laughed. It felt so wonderful. It's the best orgasm I've ever had.
Oh, man. Can you do that again, Doc?
Yeah, that's what I said.
I won't say that was particularly pleasant for me having the packaging removed. It was certainly a lot better than when it was having to walk around with it in.
Well, that's yeah.
That's not pleasant. Yeah.
Oh man,
I must admit the least pleasant thing was having the catheter removed. I didn't enjoy that.
Boy, I love catheters. Of course, all the catheters I've had have been into the longer urethra, which is a whole shitload of fun.
Yeah. I'm probably going to go ahead and head off of here just because I have to get stuff done, but you all are amazing. And thank you for inviting me on the stream.
Very nice to meet you, MathBlade.
You're going to head off? What, you're Anne Boleyn? What?
Well, no, I'm actually going to exit the stream a little bit for tonight, guys. Sorry, I have to get stuff done.
Danielle vaporized.
Okay. Danielle's phone ran out of juice. And her girlfriend is over, so she had to bow out as well.
And before I forget, you ladies are all amazing and by gender and yeah. Anyway, everybody's awesome.
Yay!
You can call me a lady. I
Okay,
like being
if
called
I can
lady.
do a shameless plug, what I will do, give me half a second here.
Okay, I'll give you half a second, sure.
Yeah,
Okay,
put my stuff into whatever you want to call it. What do you call that? I forget what you call it.
The Chad?
The chat?
The hanging Chad. That's it.
We're not in Florida.
Okay, I did that right. Okay, that's fine. All right, we copy and we drop. And in case you want it, this is where you find me on YouTube. And on Twitter, I am the Lavender Lady as well. And on Discord, I am the Lavender Lady. And just about everywhere I go, I'm the Lavender Lady. So
Shannon, don't leave for about 20 seconds. Could I say one thing in closing?
No,
absolutely.
Never.
I mean,
this being the month that it is, Pride Month as we call, I'm sure most of you have a certain amount of awareness about it, but because I came
Not that
from that,
much.
because I came from that era, I feel obliged to say to everyone, please understand and realize that the only reason we can do what we can do today and are what we are today is because of the very, very brave souls who took on the opposition at Stonewall.
Absolutely. And
We owe it all to them.
Brave trans
well,
women.
if I may add, and I hate to have to add, we have to keep fighting.
Oh yeah, the fight is not even
Nothing
close
gets
to over.
easy. There's never clear sailing. Just look at what's happened in the last 2 years.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
agreed with that, and that's part of some of the
Oh,
things.
now if we want to end with a
Yeah.
good note,
Okay, Shannon,
Yes,
you're excused
please
now.
end with a good night thing. Yes.
a good night. Now I will read this because I will get it wrong. Otherwise, I'm sure.
Take care, Shannon, sweetie.
Now I've closed it, haven't I? 'Cause I'm clever. Okay. The Australian Human Rights Commission, along with Sports Australia, have written guidelines for treating trans people in sports in Australia. These guidelines will be basically semi-enforced. They will require sporting organisations to be inclusive, allow us to compete in our affirmed genders, and yeah, they're going to come down pretty hard on any places that don't follow these within Australia. So if you are involved in amateur sports in Australia as a trans person, you will be able to compete.
Yay!
Yay!
No, that's huge because like if you're a guy and you want to be in sports, you have to generally get into the level underneath to be considered for the one above to actually have a repertoire to be able to get in.
Yeah.
So that is huge.
Awesome. This is okay. They can't do anything at the professional levels because they have to be decided on by the individual things. But these guidelines will eventually filter through within Australia.
Yeah. So
it's coming down from further above because there are guidelines put in place internationally for this sort of thing. So I'm looking at this as a positive thing that will probably come through, and maybe even within the US. I mean, there is some groundswell of change for you guys.
Don't count on that right away.
Not with Trump.
The
No.
US is very good, no matter who has the administration going, of ignoring the right thing to do in favor of whatever it is they want to do. And it's a very unfortunate thing.
I'm surprised this is happening here, considering we've got a conservative government here with a homophobic prime minister. So, yeah, it is amazing that this is actually happening. I'm expecting there's going to be some kickback from somewhere over it, but it's amazing.
Well, what I do observe is you guys are a bit more civilized than we are here in.
We still have our people over here that.
I've never heard Australian civilized in the same sentence before. That's amazing.
As I call this area where Jen, myself, Math, find ourselves. MathBlade?
Yeah.
Okay. This I refer to as snafu, spelled CNAFU, or it could also be snaffer, CNAFR, Central North American Fascist Regime.
Yeah.
Or Central North American Fascist Union. Yeah.
I just want to add
before that.
I just want
really hard over there though, don't you? Because I mean, there was a poll just done regarding how the public in America felt about inclusion of trans people in things, and less than 25% of the public actually support inclusion of trans women in sport.
Yeah.
Right.
In the US. And yet, if you did the same poll in Australia, you would get more than 50%.
Let me ask you, did that question
like
include trans men at all, or were we still erased?
Yeah, you were erased. They don't care about you guys.
Figured.
I do. I went and well, Shannon sent you to me,
you don't want me
right?
to offer my opinion on it. You really don't.
Well, trans folk in general here in the U.S. have a really, really hard time of it. And you guys really get the shit I definitely agree with you on that one. And if we trans women are better off, it's not by much. I'd really like to see that stuff change. We are the new target.
Yeah,
You'll
they can't.
notice that, say, up until about 2013, 2014, when it was obvious that marriage equality was going to be affirmed, it was all about the gays, it was all about the fags and dykes. And then when the Supreme Court of the time affirmed marriage equality, instantly they started writing bathroom bills.
Yep.
And I guess they're just not happy unless they have their target.
Yeah, I just want to say something that mirrors. I mean, we already did this, but mirrors what, and this is only for one organization in Canada, but I'm pretty sure it is probably pretty much, like for every organization, professional or amateur, because this, I believe, was taken up in the human rights courts. So would be law is that like trans people, no matter what their gender identity is, are accepted in sports. So trans feminine people and trans masculine people are accepted in men's and women's sports as they feel would be appropriate. So
I want
Yay.
to modify what I said about my. You don't want to hear my opinion. My opinion I'll give you is that I am very much for transgender people being included in sports, but, and that's where I'll stop.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Are we getting irrationality rules here?
Let's save this for another day.
I
I
I'm
agree.
gonna go ahead and hop off if you guys don't mind, but thank you again for having me.
Not a problem.
Oh, man.
You're welcome on our channel anytime.
So happy you were here.
Catch you later, MathBlade.
Yep. Yeah, just send me an
good.
invite, and if I'm free, I will hop on. If not, then I'll let you guys know.
Yep, I'll just.
And you're permanently welcome on any stream we have.
Yep, absolutely.
Like I said, just send me a DM. I'm friendly.
Yep.
And I would be happy to discuss it in a different get together.
We are planning on doing that at some point.
Because if I finish the butt, it'll open up.
Yeah, we would probably want a separate stream for that because it would take a lot of time and talking.
I agree.
We're hoping to do that and have Emmy involved for it. So.
Emmy and Rachel McKinnon. Because they wanted to have something, but that might, but we might have to have a few on that because they would probably just want to be the only ones on.
Yeah,
I think.
Just dealing with the actual issues, the medical issues, and the.
I have a book of stuff that we want to do, and that's
stuff and things.
That actually would be to have 2 shows on a weekend. One where we did the actual show with them, and then we did a follow up.
I've got this much in. I've got this much in just a single page of stuff I want to do. So yeah, we've got a lot of stuff, but hey, that's great, right?
I mean, I don't. I know May and I basically have exactly the same opinion on this.
Yeah.
And I think, Diane, yours is the same. We're all for inclusion. We probably think that the rules as they are at the moment aren't quite exactly balanced. But the point with inclusion is that statistically speaking, trans women don't have an advantage.
No.
The statistics don't hold that out. If anything, they possibly have a slight disadvantage, and it's the statistics here that matter. So if you want to find out the rest of it and get the statistics more bulked down by having more competitors, you are only going to do that by allowing trans women to compete. And we have to get the statistics if you say you've got to compete with the men, because you're not going to get us to compete. So if you have to let us compete, get the statistics, and then adjust each sport as required. If that means there's a sport that you can never say is fair, then maybe that sport is out of bounds. But I think it'll be a case of there may be different requirements for different sports, maybe a different testosterone level. Maybe there's going to be, you can't compete in this sport until 3, 4, 5 years on HRT. But I think it's going to be all doable, but there needs to be a lot of nuance in there.
And we need to avoid nonsense.
Yeah, we need to avoid the nonsense, yeah. So it's
I
one
agree.
of those things. You need to have the competition to get the statistics so that then you can streamline what's required to make it fair. But when you're talking about fairness in sports isn't fair anyway. So it's fair within the statistical boundaries that you're going to set.
Yeah.
That's my take anyway.
Yeah, my take is kind of similar. Like if you look back to the 70s, like with Renee Richards, like we are not even like we are, from what I can tell, very statistically average when compared to women in sports, and we have been since the 70s. So like, unless someone can actually show that we aren't, not and not just like this theory, like we're going to say that genetics matters, or we're going to say that even testosterone or estrogen matters. Like it's the whole package, and we don't even know everything. We still don't know everything that HRT does, going either way. We just do not know all of the specifics of what feminizing or masculinizing hormone replacement therapy does, and you you can't really go on like all this stuff. You have to go on specifically the average. You basically have to go on the average athletic performance of trans women who have sufficiently transitioned, versus the athletic performance of cis women.
Yeah,
and
that's where I was.
and I also want to say, because I haven't really said this, I also want to say that like the expectation that seems to be put forward by a lot of people is that all cis women are like Rachel Oates, and like they're all expected to be, the same build and demeanor and athletic ability of Rachel Oates, who I would not consider her to be extremely athletic. Whereas in reality, I was actually watching Sweden play against, was it Thailand? And like all of the Swedish players, and it was women's football, soccer, whatever. All of the women's players on Sweden were some of them were probably bigger than me, or at least taller than me, and they were all bigger and taller than the Thailand team, or was it Taiwan? I can't remember. I just got the TW whatever. And I was just watching it while I was filling in a role at work, so I wasn't hugely paying attention. But they were pretty much all bigger, and like that's not fair, is what I'm saying, right? So there is a huge, not all cis women are even the same. Cis women will have advantages over other cis women. All I care about is that there is a statistical parity at the end of the day, and for all current evidence shows that there is a statistical parity after people have transitioned for a sufficient amount of time. And another thing that people don't look at is that everyone is going on about the effects of testosterone. It was actually Concordance who pointed me towards the fact that estrogen actually does matter for these things. Estrogen basically makes tendons more elastic. So like if you look at football, aka soccer, injuries, there are something like 56% fewer tendon injuries in women's soccer than there is in men's. and it is because of the differences in. I think it's got something to do with collagen. I only briefly looked at it, but it's because tendons are not as they're not as they're basically more elastic, and better able to withstand injury.
I would like to offer a personal anecdote with this. When I was in high school, I was a competitive swimmer. And in my hometown in Milwaukee, population of the whole area at that time was like 1 million people. I competed. I was not one of the greatest swimmers of all time, that's for sure. But I did take 10th. And out of the hundreds of thousands of people, that's not so bad. When I was that age and in my prime condition, I could deadlift 400 pounds.
Okay.
Okay, that's a lot. That's a lot for most men.
Yeah,
Now,
I could never
today,
do that.
Post-op, I'm lucky to be able to deadlift 150 pounds, and I could not press, which is deadlift is just lifting and standing with the weight. I could not press, which is over your head. I could not press 100 pounds today, and that is what testosterone does. Or I should say lack thereof.
Muscle change is significant, and
yeah, it actually seems to be different for different people, but like,
well, I did say anecdote.
yeah, like I can totally, and it's actually kind of becoming a bit of an issue for me, but I can totally relate to that because like I don't have the greatest job in the world. I'm a janitor. I mean, come on, but like I'm in a bingo hall, and you would be surprised how much a bag full of bingo paper can actually weigh. And I'm surprised right now how much it can actually weigh, because I never had a problem lifting this shit. But like I can barely lift, recycling bags full of bingo paper out and into the bin. And even about 3 months in, I used to be able to solo table, and I've never been particularly upper body strength. I've never been strong. Lower body strength, I'm actually still pretty strong. But I used to be able to solo tables, a certain set of tables we have across the building all day, every day, without much effort. 3 months in, I could barely even move one of them. I hurt myself doing it, and I had to get a hand truck for the other one. And that's after 3 months. I can barely even move them now. Just they are now beyond my ability to be able to reasonably move. But yeah, there is testosterone is definitely a factor. Estrogen is definitely a factor for some things. And probably other hormones are factors for some things, but and we're well aware of the effects. We're well aware of the primary effects of hormone replacement therapy. So there is that. But there's a lot that we still don't exactly know. We just have a rough idea, because it's not something that's hugely studied.
The only way to do all this is statistically.
Yeah, and the statistics show that after however long it takes for you to transition, some people say 1 year, some people say like 5 years, some people say stuff in the middle. After you are sufficiently transitioned, a lot of statistics show that you will be about the same when competing against cis women in a similar setting. Like if you're in say the ECHL, playing hockey, and you transition and you keep up on all your skills and everything while you're doing that, then you will be in the women's equivalent of the ECHL when you start playing in the women's.
I should also add, in my swimming days at my peak, there were numerous women who could kick my ass in the pool.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm big, but I'm not I'm like big, and I have like a big frame and all that, but I've never had any sort of upper body strength whatsoever. I have these like super scrawny, well, not super, I have these relatively scrawny arms. I don't even have like fat arms. I just have scrawny arms.
Oh, that'll come. That'll come to me. Just wait.
So yeah, like, but my legs are like massive and all muscle. So I have that at least, but and I have legs for days apparently. So yeah, legs are great.
Well, my legs are my best asset. So there you go.
Yeah. So yeah, this entire argument is actually where this entire podcast came from, and b
Oh
the
yeah.
and b the name for this podcast came from.
Yeah, and the main reason why I ended up coming out of stealth.
Yep.
Because I came to join the debate on Twitter and see things. Met May, and May was talking about channels, and I said, "Well, I want to do something too. I've been thinking about it for ages." And we go, "Right, let's do it together because we can make each other do it."
So you weren't lying when you said it's my fault.
Yeah, it's your fault, man. It's not your fault.
Well, it seems to be working out for you now, isn't it?
I'm thoroughly enjoying it. This
Awesome.
coming out was way better than the first one.
Yeah. I got okay, we support you. That's what I got from it, like everybody. Except for my best friend, who we actually kind of hadn't talked for a while, and she reconnected with me, which is absolutely amazing. But yeah, that like it. I got the reaction that I wanted, which was okay then.
Yeah.
Right? I don't want, oh yay, you're so happy and brave and all that. I got that from a few people later on. But I wanted, okay, that's nice. Yeah, so were you changing your pronouns yet? That's what I
Hate
wanted.
about this. There should never be any element of people having to say to us, "You're so brave." There shouldn't have to be an element of bravery to this.
Yeah, well, me being me, right? Me being me, and very maybe at times a little too open about things. If anyone actually looks at my Twitter, so actually, yeah, and like I won't read them, but at the end of our support groups, we hand around a notebook, actually, and we have like we write messages to people, right? So everyone gets a notebook, puts their name on it. People pass it around, and they give a message to that person. Mine was all like, "Oh, keep in touch," and everyone else as well. To me, anyways, was like, "Oh, you're fucking awesome." just because just I think it's because I have a grip on, like, I have my shit in a pile, and I'm just happy to be open. I'm happy to be open about being trans.
You are sometimes too open.
Yeah, it's just how I am. Like, once I get going.
No, it's awesome.
but yeah, like I did have an incident that put me back into the closet for non-binary at one point, but I did that again recently, publicly, not just on Twitter, and that came out really that I got the opposite. I got some people saying, what is non-binary? And then after I explained my specific version of non-binary, because if it means a lot of things, they're like, "Oh, okay, now I understand. Thanks." And or I got a bunch of people who already knew and are like, "Oh, that's cool." Okay, not good for coming out for that, I guess. Or already knew and didn't care.
Well, thank you, progressive liberals. I'm so glad that you like listening to us.
Yeah. I think I sound like shit, but whatever. Well, I used to sound like shit anyways. Maybe I don't anymore.
You
But I
don't sound
used
like
to.
shit, mate. You sound fine. Why are we always our own worst critics as far as voices go? I mean, I hate listening to my own voice. I absolutely hate it. You know, if it's from a recording, I can't watch these videos. I can't. I just can't do it.
Go back and watch some of my old YouTube videos. I sound terrible. Like on my gaming channel, Captain Griffin. Go watch some of them. I sound terrible. I actually sound a lot better than I used to. It's not that I sound terrible. It's that I needed to learn how to actually talk because I don't do it enough. And actually, hormones kind of is part of the reason that's getting reversed. Because I'm not extremely introverted anymore, so I talk a lot more. And actually, that was half the reason of creating my or continuing to do YouTube, was just so that I could fucking talk at a microphone and try to sound better, because I knew I sounded like shit. So I
And
guess
you don't. You sound awesome.
I knew I did, past tense. My YouTube videos are I sound terrible. And I have actually done some voice training, not necessarily raising or lowering it, but I used to speak in a weird off tone, and that annoyed me. And I used to not be able to, like, I used to like say words really weird, and just not be able to talk.
What do you mean?
So.
What do you mean?
Oh well, you know, I
What?
just I used to sound terrible, but I know I sound better now. So, yeah.
And Diane sounds like tappity tap tap.
You got it. Yeah, Diana was doing a little tapping here. I try to keep it down, but it's really difficult with this. Let me see if I can see what I'm doing here.
Because I do YouTube gaming videos, or at least I used. Well, I'm wanting to again. I went out of my way to get a chiclet keyboard. That's like
anybody recognize this?
It's an upside down keyboard.
Okay. I don't actually have enough.
It's like every other upside down keyboard.
It's the Unicomp knockoff, or it's the Unicomp clone of the IBM Model M.
Yeah.
It looked like an IBM thing, but I don't know.
And I am dearly in love with the Model M. I had purchased half a dozen Model M's maybe about 20 years ago from some guy on eBay. And one by one, I was using them, even when they were old enough to drink. And unfortunately, back in 15, I believe it was, the last one finally died. So I went to Unicomp online, ordered one, and it's worth every penny of the $85 I spent on it. It's what they call a buckling spring keyboard, nice and stiff. Got to remember that when I cut my teeth on computer or whatever's, I was using a teletype machine for input and output. You want to talk about stiff?
You want to talk about noisy?
Yeah.
Oh man, you can hear those down the street. And I came to prefer a stiff keyboard that way. And when I did buy the 486 back, oh Christ, that was 23 years ago. I bought a whole kit, and it came with a membrane keyboard. And I'm trying it out, and I said, "Oh, what the hell is this?" First thing I did was go look for an aftermarket keyboard. Found a 101 key, and we were all set. But yeah, I just love these Model M's, Model M clones. I will have them until the day I die.
I cannot stand hearing my keystrokes. I can't even stand hearing my button presses. Like if I have a controller, I want my button pressing experience to be completely silent, unless I'm like pressing the buttons on a musical keyboard or something. in which case I want it to play whatever note I'm trying to get it to play.
Oh
Yeah.
my. But the way this feels is just so nice.
I like
there's actually
this. What
there's
is,
some
what
there's
is
some
this?
There's a euphemism there somewhere.
yeah, there certainly is. There is a very good resistance
Okay.
to the finger pressure.
I don't want any resistance. I
Ah,
want very little. I hate mechanical keyboards. So I have a Razer Deathstalker, which is just a keyboard. It has very, very little. But I play a lot of video games. So I want that quick response. And I want to know that a lot of them you don't have to press the key down a lot and it'll go, but it doesn't feel like it. So I want like just I want to be able to press it and know I've pressed it and not have to worry about that. I don't want it to
so
make any
what?
sound.
You look at the key and it presses. Is that the way it works?
Not very far off. Like I have.
She's into the sensual touch.
Like there's my keyboard.
Okay,
so,
I asked to bring the thing and stuff up here. What do we have? Okay, I guess I missed it. I was off the screen. That's okay. I can see it later.
This is like a $300 keyboard though.
Okay, number one, I don't have it in my budget.
I'm with you, mate. I love a sensual touch on my button.
Yeah, exactly.
Shut up, Clarion.
Sensual touches are good.
Oh my!
I like it hard.
It's all good.
Actually, I learned to type on a 1927 Underwood typewriter, and I would love to get one of these keyboards that some guys have come up with, where they've taken these ancient typewriters and converted their actual key mechanisms to digital.
I'm sure Jenny could do.
I think they are available. I'm trying to remember.
Oh, they're available. They're outrageously expensive, so I probably never have one, but I'd love to.
Yeah, I was going to say you might want to look at steampunk keyboard or something like that.
Yeah, it's on my lotto list.
And I've seen them for like $5,000, that sort of thing.
That is way too much
to entirely make your own keyboard.
Yeah, I mean you just need a typewriter. Really, you just need a typewriter and a key and all the touch inputs for. If I had the time and the money, I could probably figure out how to do it. It's not actually that hard. I would just have to do it for. It would take me a long time to figure that shit out, but it's not that hard. You just have to figure out how to get everything in the keyboard. It would be really annoying, but it aside from the sheer amount of time consuming work you would have to do, like it's not that hard to I don't think it would be terribly difficult to do if you had all the parts you need and had an idea of how you wanted to do it. I can think of a few different ways to do it. So yeah.
Okay, so this chiclet keyboard thing, yeah, it looks kind of like the keys on my cheap ass laptop. I bought a refurbished laptop before I went to Illinois for the eclipse. It was $125 for an HP laptop. I think it was 7 years old when I bought it. I don't use it very much. It's Windows 7.
I mean, they're like really good compared to other chiclet keyboards. They look like that when you pull them out, as opposed
what
to
do you have?
these.
Wait a minute.
This is
one.
This is one of the arrow keys, so I can just easily pull it out. It just flips in. So this is far better than the type of keys you'd have on like a cheap laptop. it's actually really high quality. It's just a chiclet key, and it's not it's a chiclet style key, and most importantly, it's not mechanical and doesn't make any sound when you press it almost, which is what I want. Um I don't want this shit making sounds, because either I'm like streaming, which is why I bought this. I bought this when not long after I started streaming, and I needed a new keyboard anyways, and I wanted it to be backlit and all that. So and I have a bunch of other Razer stuff. My mouse is Razer, my keyboard is Razer, or my mouse pad is Razer, my headphones are Razer. So I bought a Razer keyboard. They're overpriced, but they're decent. I have another Razer thing too, but I don't use it anymore. So I just went with this, and it's actually been a really, really good keyboard. I've had this for 2.5 years. Yeah, I've had this for about 2.5 years. It is, I don't know, maybe closer to 2, but it's really good. So, and it doesn't, like, I can type here like I'm typing, and you don't hear it, which is great. You'd hear it if I didn't have a noise filter, but I have a noise filter, so you don't hear it.
Something cool about saying I'm a trans woman with a chiclet keyboard.
I am a trans woman. Word. Okay.
Yeah, it's my chiclet.
Oh my.
Yes, mommy.
Oh my.
I must.
If I'm taking it correctly, Jan, yeah, that's a takeoff on Karis.
Yes.
Because stop by movie night sometime, and you'll occasionally hear Karis to sigh, yes, Daddy. But she does it so much better than I do.
One thing I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to pick up a couple of evening shifts and then get my day shifts rearranged. So I'm hoping that if that happens, or I'll go and work at Starbucks. I'm hoping if that happens, I'll be able to get Sundays off, which would be great, and then I could go to movie night.
Yeah,
movie night is usually Fridays.
The thing is, it's usually Friday. So you're well into Saturday morning. Well,
never mind then.
I rarely get to bed before 7 a.m. on a Saturday.
Wow. Oh, I get
entire afternoon for me. I could do that.
I get out of bed at 6:30 in the morning on a work day right now.
Yeah, what I've got to figure out is how to arrange my shifts such that I can do the things I'd really like to do, because I love doing movie night. I've been doing movie night for about a year, and it's really fun. I love it. Size of sweetie. The only problem is you're at this all freaking night. Starts at midnight, and if you get something like a spirit science film, you're reviewing.
Don't say that. Don't say that.
Jan, we're doing spirit science next week, right? We're just bypassing
such a flake.
I'm gonna try and join that one.
Oh, come on over, seriously.
I would totally join that, but I guess I can't, because
Jordan is such a piece of shit.
Complete lunatic.
We brought him up on the stream last night too.
Yeah.
Because we were doing aliens, and yeah, some of the bullshit was my
Space Jews.
Space Jews, yeah.
Space Jews.
That was that. Those end of the conspiracy ones are great. I'm kind of sad I'm going to miss next week, but hopefully, but whatever.
Oh man, that's the thing. These last couple of days have absolutely killed me. I haven't minded it, but let's see now. Okay.
I've had. Sorry.
Yeah, I had the 2 live streams followed by 2 live streams. Well, what was it, yesterday? It was in the conspiracy and movie night. And prior to that, it was Midnight Mid America. And what the hell was the other live stream I did that day?
Don't forget the 2 today. I've worked 44 and a half hours this week. I normally work 22 hours.
I haven't worked any this week. Not 1 minute, not 1 second of work. Not for the last 6 months. Yay!
Yay,
I'm so
I
happy
guess.
to be retired.
Yay, you're retired. I'm actually getting 5 days. I'm actually getting 5 days in a row off coming up, which is going to be great. And that's the reason that I've worked 11 of 12 is because now I have 5 days in a row off, and one of them is going to Toronto and going to Pride, and a friend of mine can get me into Pride. So like into the
I have a
parade,
confession.
and it's the major
Wait.
Toronto parade. So
You need a password? What?
I have never been to a Pride celebration.
I have been to several.
I went last year, but not as like I wasn't. I came out the day before. No, 2 days before our. Yeah, I come out Wednesday night, because the drag bingo was on Wednesday, and then part of that was because of that. And then I went to the Pride Parade on Saturday. So I came out 2 days before Pride. But I just went and sat because I was super tired.
I was planning on going to the Pride Parade here in the town where I'm living, but it turns out I would be the only one marching.
Oh.
Okay.
It's only a town of 900 people, so.
Oh, okay. I mean, I lived in Fenland Falls for a while, and that only has a population of 1,100. Okay, it has an official population of 1,100 when I lived there. In the winter during school hours, the population more than doubled because there's a public school, and then there's a major high school that had to have had a capacity of about 1,000 people. I swear, it's the biggest high school I've ever been in, and I've been in a few big ones.
I tell you people living in towns, barely the size of my high school graduating class.
Oh, this is smaller than mine.
Hey! I live in a not technically a city, but somehow actually incorporated as a city of 92 or 94,000 or something like that by now.
2.5 million.
Well, I like living in a small town. It's so relaxing. It's so quiet.
The
only thing I have to fear is the cougars and the bears.
I'm not going to touch that one with a 10-foot pole.
No, the actual animals, not the people.
Yeah. I was wondering about that. Like I would, if I had a car and a driver's license and the money to be able to do upkeep on the car and the driver's license, I would totally live in like Fenland Falls or something like that. That would be like awesome. I miss Fenland Falls. It's a great little town.
Here, let me give you an example. Right now, the TV news is on, and the main story is a cow.
Moo.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
We actually had a lot in Finland. Like they have a Canadian Tire. They have a major grocery store. Like they have a gigantic Sobeys. It's expensive to live there just because the Sobeys is a grocery store. But on the other hand, like housing prices are really cheap. But again, it's kind of the same as Peterborough here, edge of cottage country, so it gets a lot of traffic. It's on the Trent Severn waterway, so it's got a lot of boat traffic for people going up and down the rivers and lakes. and all that. But it's still a beautiful little town, with and it actually does have a waterfall, but they built a bridge over it.
Oh my! Now, did that have anything to do with Gillian Epperly or no?
I don't think so.
Okay. Okay.
It's named after a farmer who founded the town.
Alrighty then. So it wasn't constantly embarrassing yourself on air. My, there's one small town I wouldn't mind living in, but it costs a fucking fortune to live there. Let's see.
Then that's not a small town. That's a bedroom community.
Well, I might have to be rude, everyone, because I have to take my daughter to an appointment this afternoon, so I better make sure I'm organized for that.
Yeah, right. We've been going for a while too. This is our longest stream, actually.
We're getting worse at
What have we?
I don't mind
Stay
having
with us
long
a-
streams.
Jenny, stay with us a minute and a half so we can break 4 hours with you.
Or
There you go.
we're at 3 hours and 30 minutes. Whole thing.
I would dearly love breaking 4 hours.
I did. If you look on my gaming
yeah, my
channel,
counter is just counting how long I've been here. I'm sorry.
let
Not
me
the
see.
stream.
Yeah, like on the stream, we're just over 3.5 hours. Like right on 3:30, 30 right now. So yeah, let me just check this. I will tell you what the longest I've ever been live is. It was a launch day. It was a launch day stream for a game called BattleTech.
Does anyone in the chat actually have any questions for us?
Yeah, that would be good. Ask any questions while I look for that.
Yeah, we're not shy.
I love questions.
There we go.
Shit.
There we go. That's.
I'll answer the first question. Depends.
Yeah, okay, and that could be taken in a number of ways. Yeah. Okay.
Let's see. That wasn't a terribly long time ago.
Long time ago.
So I recently did a full playthrough Super Mario 3. Where's that? And that was a stream, and it lasted like 3 hours. It lasted like 3 or 4 hours going through it. I don't see it in my videos. Let's see here. I did a 3.5 hour World Warship stream once. Ask any questions.
Starting there, Diane?
What? Where?
What song were you starting there?
Oh, that was Don McLean.
I thought it was. Yeah.
Yeah. American Pie.
Time ago.
I can still remember when the music used to make.
I always remember. I screw it up and I go into
So I've done
version.
Yeah, every time. Me too. So okay, so I've done a 5 hour and 20-minute World of Warships stream, something about USS Texas. I've done a 5 hour and 23-minute Final Fantasy VI stream. I've done a 6 hour and 9-minute Fractured Space stream. That's old because that hasn't even been a game for a while. And so far, the longest I can tell is 7 hours and 37 minutes and 31 seconds, which was a launch day for BattleTech stream.
My!
I love that.
I've run a couple of.
Silver has a question. Silver Lena has a question. I can take it. I can take it.
Yeah, go.
It's actually for each of us.
Yeah, I see it.
What would each of you say the most difficult part about coming out? Parents. Is there anything? Oh, yeah.
Overcoming my own fear.
Yeah, like I wouldn't not so much overcoming my own fear, but not being absolutely sure of like what would happen after I came out. So Like, I knew a lot of people would accept me, but there were some people who I had like huge question marks over. And even though I knew people would accept me, I still couldn't get it in my head that these people would
Yeah, I
accept
had the
me.
same thing, mate.
Like,
My
even though
feelings.
I had a friend who came out 5 years before me and no one cared, um, even though like she came out after kind of separated from our little friend group, but like pe- people still speak highly of her and everything, um, and it's like, yeah, okay, they're not gonna hate me, um, but even at that, there was a lot of unknowns. The harder one was coming out fully at work. And there was a few employees that I was not sure about. Um, like there were a few coworkers who I was not sure about. One of them has been very supportive of me, but I'm still not sure. Um, which is the guy who um runs the joint. I'm just not sure whether he is doing it because he's like legally obligated, or if he actually accepts me as I am.
Don't let that
He's
bother
like,
you. You are
yeah,
who you are.
oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, if you saw me on Twitter, you'd know that. So like, I'm just not sure. There was a few other people who I'm just not sure, but like everybody has been super awesome. There's like one dude who doesn't talk to me anymore. And he seemed to be cool with me before, so I have no idea what's going on there. He's also been not super amazing with a lot of other people, and people are getting annoyed with it. So it could be me, it could be something else, but I think it's, yeah, but he doesn't, like, nobody says anything, right? They just keep it to themselves, which is it's the very Canadian thing to do, eh?
And her second part is there anything you would do differently knowing what you know now? And for me, that would be having started earlier and sharing with doctors my knowledge of spironolactone working as an anti androgen, which nobody knew back then.
Yeah, being more forceful when I first came out. And if I could transfer all of the knowledge I have about myself and about like all of being non-binary and everything, that would just my life would be probably a lot better. Because there are two things that have basically fucked up my life, and what I did to deal with my gender dysphoria is one of them. The other one is horrible sleep apnea, which
I
is
wouldn't change
genetic.
anything. I've said that before because everything that happened in my life led me to the positions where I am. So, and the only way I would want to change it is if I could transition younger, but I'd want to keep my daughters.
Yep.
So I can't have both. So, and I'm very happy with the way things are now. So I don't want to change anything.
And yeah, that's a theoretical. I don't know if I would actually want to do that, but that is just a theoretical. I'm reasonably happy with where I currently am for a lot of for pretty much everything, even though I've been through a lot of shit. Like, it's like when you've been through so much shit and things are starting to get better, it's like, wow. And I'm not just talking about being trans either. I've been through a lot, like a couple of years where I was fearing for my life every day because of where I lived, or more, yeah, because of the neighborhood I lived in. Um, Basically, so yeah, I still don't like that. That's the hypothetical. I don't know if I would actually want that because there would also be many unknowns. I don't know where I would be or what I would be or who I would be, and I like where I am, what I am, and who I am right now.
Diana, is there anything you would do differently? knowing what you know now?
I think about that, and there are things I think of doing, but then the question comes, would the outcome necessarily change for the better? I could think of, for example, putting the slimy bastards through a wood chipper and then just walking away. You think I'm kidding?
They only do that
No.
in Fargo.
I know you're not kidding. It just sounds funny.
Have a talk with Oopsie. He'll tell you some stories that'll make you want to put his family through a wood chipper.
I really thought hard about running away when I was about 14. And the only thing that kept me around was fear of destitution. But when I look back over my life, sometimes I wonder which was worse. What I might have experienced running away, or what I did experience staying. And I really can't tell you which.
And her third part is, what is your greatest hope for future generations? My one word answer would be normalcy.
Yes.
That what we are is normalcy.
Yes, and yeah, just to give my normalcy, we normalize girl boil should never talk girl dick for life and be yourself.
Oh man.
And on that note,
B flat. Yeah. Well, wait a minute. What am I talking about? B flat. I am flat. God damn it. Flat as a 2x4. I would like to say my hope is greater acceptance, greater understanding, but I know humanity too well, especially here in the US. So lacking that, my
there it is.
greatest hope would probably be that a rather large asteroid strikes the Earth and wipes everybody out.
oh,
Can we do that? If that's gonna happen, can we do that in like 150 years, just to make sure that I'm not around?
yeah.
Well, I tell you, I mean, as close as an atheist can come to praying, I will find myself thinking, okay, if somebody's going to drop a bomb, or if an asteroid's going to hit the Earth, would it be so kind as to please hit me right on the head? That way,
Jenny,
that way we can have it over.
Jenny, what's your greatest hope for future generations?
Yeah, I'm all for that. For acceptance for us, understanding, easier medical access for people as well. I mean, it's pretty good now, but it needs to be more consistent for everyone. And I think there needs to be more development in medical services for us as well.
Yeah. Regenerative medicine, again, the way to go. Sure.
You guys, with your permission, I would like to change my answer for the first one. The most difficult part of coming out.
No, you can't.
Oh, yeah.
Never.
Okay, I won't. No, I said parents. My parents tossed me out of the family, and both my mom and my dad individually said to me, "You really shouldn't come around the house anymore if you're gonna look like that." And so I didn't. I respected their wishes. When my mom died, my dad approached me and said, "You know, the only reason I wanted you to not come around the house is to protect your mom." What I didn't tell my dad.
Did he?
What I didn't tell my dad. What I did. Well, he didn't want my mom to feel whatever he thought she was feeling about me. What I didn't tell my dad was that when I visited my mom in her last day of consciousness at the hospital was that she told me the only reason she didn't want me to come around is so that I didn't hurt my dad. And so the most difficult part was the fact that my parents never talked to each other about it.
That's pretty
And
goddamn
had
shitty.
they might have realized that they both felt okay with it.
Yeah. That's that's
I am just so grateful that both my parents were really accepting.
yeah,
In
my
the
parents
end, eventually, after years.
my parents were both hey, my dad is a non-theist of some type and my mom is united, and like I keep saying it, the United Church, at least the one here in Canada, and it sounds like the one in Australia, is like the only good Christian denomination that I would feel comfortable giving any type of endorsement to. They are they are generally just absolutely fantastic. They actually led our, well, they didn't lead our Pride Parade. First was a bike cop, then because city bylaws, anyways. I don't care if cops are at Pride. First was a bike cop, then was actual bikers and some chick on a scooter, on like an e-bike, which okay. And then three different churches in the United Church, 3 or 4 different local churches in the United Church. So they are the only, and they are great. One of the churches in Toronto actually has an atheist preacher. So that's how absolutely amazing the United Church are. So they are the only denomination that will ever get my uh
Seal of
um
approval.
endorsement, and um also, like, it's unfortunate, but they're one of the dying churches, because like the reason they're dying is also the reason they're actually quite awesome.
I was
But
wondering if that was the case. They weren't asshole enough. Yeah.
yeah, they're not asshole enough to force people. Like my mom, like, took me to church a few times. I didn't like it, so she stopped taking me to church. So yeah, that is the extent of it. Um that's where it stopped. So yeah.
Yeah,
Um
I will say that one thing I'm really grateful for, as far as the slimy bastards are concerned, is that they're dead,
mm,
and the world is that much better off without them. I found out that they had died via a Google search. Nobody told me. Nobody had talked to me for years, or 5 years. But October 2017, I performed a Google search on their surname, and I found a photograph of a gravestone. Found out that she had died that May and he had died the previous September. And it's like, I called my cousin and said, "Hey, Kathy, did you know about this?" Because they didn't like her either. I said, "No, I never saw that." And I found the answer to a question I'd always asked myself: what would I feel? And rather than grief, I felt relief. You will notice I don't think
Excuse me.
you've ever heard me use the words. There's a day in May, and then there's today in June. The titles of those days. You've never heard me use those words in reference to those two. There's a reason. Because they informed me in no uncertain terms that I had never ever had parents. So the only thing I wish that I had caused a separation a lot of years earlier. It's really what I wish.
Yeah, I hate hearing stuff like this. Um, so I'm really sorry for both of you. Um, I with the easy time I've been given, it's great because it means that there are places where, people can be full. Well, we're not perfect, but there are places where people can be, or at least the general population can be, excuse me, very accepting of everybody, not just trans people or the other letters of the community. But yeah, pretty much everyone. And there's always the random asshole out there, no matter how accepting a place you're in, for various reasons. But like, I sometimes feel guilty, but that like I have not ever had any shit for being trans, like in real life. But I also feel extremely hopeful for the future because it shows that there are places. It shows that things are moving forward. There are times when, or there will be a time when trans people and everyone will be reasonably fully accepted.
I already
Uh,
know that I will not live to see that day.
I don't know if I will. But
It's getting
um,
better. I mean, in
it
our
is.
countries, it's a lot better than it is in a lot of places in the US.
And even the transphobic people here generally just keep their mouths shut. So, but
Okay.
I actually want to relate a unrelated story. A while back, and this is the kind of place Canada, or at least this part of Canada is. When it was the terrorist attack at like a metal concert in France. Um, so in retaliation for that, someone tried to burn down the local mosque. There was a lot of damage. They couldn't use it while it was under repairs.
Oh, I
Um,
remember that. Yeah.
yeah. And like this is local. The first to the Muslims, the first people to offer their place of worship to the local Muslim community while their mosque was under repair was the local Jewish synagogue.
That is fucking amazing, if you ask me. It
So,
really is.
like, there's one random asshole out there who would do something like that, and then the entire rest of the good part of our community just all said, no, that's wrong. You can use our places. They actually went with the United Church because it's actually the United Church that my mom went to, because it's the closest one that was offered to the original site of the mosque.
Ah.
Yeah. So it was convenient, and it's actually a really nice building. It's kind of newish. But yeah, like there was local businesses. There was it was really nice to see. But yeah, the first ones I think were what was the synagogue, which is like even we can make even we can make these two groups who generally everywhere else in the world seem to absolutely hate each other come together and at least be civil with each other.
Yeah, I see what Elena has written. She writes, Diana, I remember you talking about that before. It's heartbreaking and I wish it had been different, but I'm happy you are happy in yourself now. Well, I thank you many much for that. But that reminds me of some daydream I've always had, and I know I will never be able to get it done within my lifetime because the legal loopholes I would have to jump through are so horrible. I would love to be able to set up a social service for kids. And when I'm saying kids, I do mean kids. Preteens, that whole thing, uh, who are tortured, I'll use the word, by their so-called parents that perhaps they could even run away to and live their lives in some degree of peace.
Yeah, we have that. It's called our friggin' child services, and they actually do their fucking jobs here.
back in the hippie days, it was called Pathfinders, a grassroots organization, and it's still in existence today. And so
Yeah.
that's out there.
Yeah, we have
Okay, I'd
options.
like to
We have a
talk to
lot of
these
options
people.
for that.
I mean, give the the kids are thrown out, so they need a place to be, they need a place to grow, they need a place to live, they need a base from which they can go to school, etc. But the other thing is they can, maybe if we can do this right, obtain whatever service to what's the word I'm looking for, review themselves, whatever that takes. Am I really trans? If I am, okay, let's figure out what to do about it.
Oh,
Um,
we have a Gender Journeys youth group that's specifically to people under 18.
okay. Now, if you've got a kid on the street, say an 11-year-old on the street, can that group take that kid in, supply some housing, or what kind of legal ramifications are there going to be?
They wouldn't. Okay, so that's part of the CMHA, which is the Canadian equivalent of the APA. So they wouldn't, but they would make sure that they would be actually legally obligated to report that to the correct department of the government, and they would be taken and definitely taken off the streets and put into a place where they can thrive. So that is, I'm not sure of the exact procedure that they would do, but I am vaguely aware that there is a program here in Ontario that handles stuff like that. And then and then if the parents like threw the kid out, um, or whatever, that like we would prosecute the parents for that, or like if the kid ran away because the parents were being abusive, we would prosecute the parents for that. Like it would be it would be a major thing. They would definitely just go after the parents either way if there's an 11-year-old out on the streets,
Or
for whatever
even
reason.
even the one I think of, and maybe this is the one that has the most problem. The kid recognizes the abuse perpetrated upon him or upon her, runs away and seeks asylum. Here in the U.S., that kid would be returned to the point of torture. But what I would really want to see is, you ran away. Tell me why you did. Oh, that's a damn good reason. Let's help you out here.
Yeah, that's what would happen in Canada. Like if there was any sort of question like that, it would be it would be um or the child would be taken, evaluated, and if there was any, like, if there was like abuse, the child would probably be made a ward of the state, and not be allowed to be in contact with parents. So, like, we're pretty good for stuff like that. And I'm not sure, like, I don't know the specifics, but having been a black-blooded evil bastard child, when I was young, I did have some encounters with um whatever our child services are. Um and so I know a little bit about what goes on with that. On Yeah, so the gender journeys would definitely be obligated legally to report anything like that to the correct authorities, and then the correct authorities would handle it. um we are generally decent.
I'm
I
actually going to bow out.
Okay, yeah, you have to
You guys enjoy the rest
go.
of the stream. However
Oh,
long you
for
guys
the love
want,
of
I'm going
St.
off.
Good.
Yeah.
It's midnight Eastern already.
Actually, can you wait 2 minutes, Jenny?
Yeah. I can
Okay,
do
good.
that.
So I have actually got an idea in my head. This is partially to help me, but I want it to help other people as well. And actually, the idea came from the local sex shop, or one of the local sex shops. Who I know, but they have a binder exchange program, where they will um, exchange binders that don't fit anymore or that aren't needed because someone has had top surgery or something, and then they will give them to people who need them. You can donate and buy a binder, which will then be, given to someone who needs it for free if they need it. So there is no, there is nothing for people who can't afford transition services, and I literally work for a like forced to donate like almost a quarter of our profits to charity. So I got it in my head that I might be able to actually start a local charity, um, that would basically like do bingo nights and stuff like that, um, and find other ways to raise money at local events, to start a charity that would help people with, and this would only be locally, to my city, but it would help people with actually transitioning, getting things that the government won't pay for and probably should. So that is something that I have recently considered doing. Um, I just haven't had the time to really try to put anything together for it, but it would not be something that's terribly difficult, if we put hard work into it. So um, that's something I might consider actually trying to get going in the future, because I will never be able to afford facial feminization surgery. There are people who will never be able to afford boob jobs. There are people who, um, that's at least covered. Like taking them out is at least covered by the government for trans guys. Um, uh, People like it would have a reserve for people who need hormones and don't have the money to get them or the resources to get them. For um for Like I said, basically the stuff that the government won't pay for, that people are in need of. Um, so that is something I am considering founding, or at least getting a bunch of people together to try to start up, a charity. I know a few places that we can volunteer for money, so, um, and I know a few places that would sponsor us directly, probably if we asked. Um, I wouldn't be doing the asking; I'd be terrible for that, but I'd find someone. Um, so yeah, that's just what I wanted to mention on the um on the topic of that. And we're over 4 hours now, so you can go, Jenny.
There you go.
Was that the whole reason, was it?
Well, it was that, and I wanted to mention that because I've been meaning to say something about that. I've had the idea on my brain.
Yeah.
And it's partially because I will never be able to afford facial feminization surgery. Um, Even if like it's not even a cosmetic thing at this point. It's a get this fucking painful shit out of my brow. Oh, and by the way, can you put it back together in the way it's supposed to
right
be in my
way.
hairline?
Leave a couple of jigsaw pieces out.
Yeah. So it's not, that's something that I've been meaning to mention on a stream. I will probably, like, I probably won't have this thing going for like a year or something like that. Will I get people on board? But that is what I, it might be my, that might be my new, the thing I do that's like not work or doing something like this.
Yeah.
My contribution to the to making society better. Yes, to the community. Several communities. So
It's a good
yeah.
plan.
yeah, I just need
Bye
to
bye,
get the right
Jenny.
people.
Bye bye.
Yeah, bye.
Okay,
Bye.
I'm gone now.
Bye.
Love you all.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah.
Well, I
Don't
guess.
forget your harness when you're out of the when you're out of the house.
And again, it was very, very nice meeting with you and being on the panel with you. I'm glad we
It
met.
was great to meet you too.
Yeah, and you are welcome, Jen, on our stream. Again, absolutely, you're great.
Don't
Thank you.
forget to shill yourselves.
Yes, she'll do all of the shilling.
Away.
Well, if I ever get enough money to get a computer, I'll get a camera too, and then I can actually be on like everyone else. But until then,
Oh, wait a minute. That doesn't work that way. This is the way it works. Let's see if we can do this right.
although if MathBlade's picture worked, mine should. I don't understand why it's not.
You have to sign up for a Zoom account and then upload it to Zoom, and it'll do that.
I'm already uploaded to Zoom.
Oh, okay. Then I have no idea.
That didn't work. Weird.
Mine doesn't show up.
Because
Bye.
it works on movie night there, and they use Zoom also.
Oh,
Well, the reason I haven't done anything with Zoom yet is they want $15 a month for a Zoom that would do me any good. So I haven't got that yet. So I'm still working on it. It would be nice. I cannot get too much because I'd be in trouble. But if I could get, say, about $30 a month by doing a good job, through Patreon, I would consider setting up Zoom and going from there. But we'll see what happens.
yeah. I like Zoom a little bit better than Hangouts. So yeah, that's why we're using this.
Oh, foo bees. Okay, it's midnight Monday morning. How do you like that, kids?
Yep, it's my first official day off in my second official day off in 13 days now.
I need to get moving out of here.
Okay.
Same here.
I'm just getting tired.
I'm gonna need some
But
sleep.
I'm very glad to have taken part in this. This is a good thing. More discussions do need to be had.
Moo.
Yeah. Well, we're shooting for one. We're shooting for at least one go a week. We've been actually sick and busy since we've actually started this. Our first show, Jenny had the flu and I had a concussion. So, and then I went on this stupidly long, like right after that, I went on this stupidly long work so I can actually go to Pride. So yeah. We have a lot of work to do on this. We might do more, but probably not at like anytime soon. But we really want to get this going. Now that said, I will not be in town on Saturday or Sunday. We were originally going to do it on Saturday. I will not be in town Saturday or Sunday, and nor will I have access to a computer that can do this kind of thing. So we are doing our next show on Friday, probably, I don't know, probably at 8, just so that Jenny can wake up, because Australia. And we will be going on the similar train of what we're doing here. We will be having people on, and we'll be looking for guests. I was going to do it tonight, but I guess we'll get together and do it tomorrow online. We will be doing now that we've got up to the point of where we started transition, we will be doing our next show on our experiences once we actually started on HRT, and once we've had all of the everything that we've wanted for surgeries and stuff. We will be talking about those experiences as opposed to getting through the gatekeeping, what happens after we get through all that. We're actually transitioning or transitioned.
Oh boy, more horror stories.
Well,
For
you
me,
know,
anyway.
I'm like a baby, but yeah. Oh, I won't call it a horror story, but I have a not so great. My first few months were horrid, but I'm fine now.
Um, you just wait. I got some that are just gonna give you goosebumps. It, as bad as it can get, it got, and we'll just leave it at that for now.
Yeah. Yeah, so commence with the shillage.
Oh, yay. Well, I will say I am the Lavender Lady, first in war, first in peace, and last in the American League. I have my YouTube channel, www.youtube.com/the Lavender Lady. Most of what I do is the Sunday show, Coffee with Lavender, Sunday at noon Eastern. And one way or another, you happen to find me on live streams pretty much everywhere. As Wonder Lady, Faye has put it a few times, I spend more time on other people's channels than I do on my own, and she's pretty much right. And I love working with everybody here, and love putting my own stuff out, and I just want to keep it good, make it better. And I thank everybody who has been following and watching and providing patronage and good stuff like that. Yay.
And I'll just quick sum up my existence. I'm here on YouTube. I've been lots and lots of chats. I mod a number of channels. I'm looking to develop my own channel as I'm able to put together a proper PC system, which we're actively soliciting donations for. And that's about it. I enjoy being your guest, and I'm glad I had a second coming out too.
Cool. I'm just adding some.
I could use a wench while you're at it.
Yeah, I could use I could use some kind of heavy load moving thing to get me instead. um, yeah, so I think that was mostly it. So yeah, do all the liking and subscribing and checking us all out on the Twitter and on the YouTube and everywhere you possibly can. Watch our previous videos. Last week's video was absolutely amazing. We had Shannon Q on the channel. It was it was shorter. Shannon had to go, and then it just kind of went on for a bit. But yeah, we're going to have Shannon on again because she's amazing. We're going to continue the discussion we've had. We're going to be having a lot of different discussions on. We do want to branch out from just solely being, you know, about being trans, but that's what we're doing a lot first because, well, it's kind of becoming our wheelhouse. So yeah, I am super tired as well, so I'm probably just randomly rambling on. But oh yeah, I can't even do a Canadian accent. I'm that tired. Oh, what's that all about, eh?
You can't do a Canadian accent, and you are from Canada. What is all this?
Okay, I can't.
Or
I can't do the yeah, I can't do the really stereotypical one, Derry.
oh, you want to do a Canadian accent? You can't really just be doing one any old time, you know. Eh?
Yeah, something like that.
Minnesota, Canada, Minnesota, Canada's southern suburb.
Yeah, well, hey, at least it could be worse. You could be from our Texas.
No, I would never be. Been there, never going back.
I said our Texas, not from actual Texas.
Oh, I thought Arkansas, Texas. Sorry.
No, I mean Alberta. I mean, come on, there's an Alberta
No,
stampede.
let's talk progressive liberal. Definitely. Let's see what we can do.
Yeah,
And,
he's progressive liberal is great. I did a show with him once.
Okay, I'm checking out, kids. Good night.
All right, talk to you later.
Take care,
And
Jen. Be good. Have fun. I know they're mutually exclusive. Do the best you can.
and I will say that I'm never good, and I have a lot of fun. Yeah, so I guess that is it. Stream again. Thank you everyone for sticking with us for this 4.25 hours. This was definitely a great show, and I really am. I really am kind of. I'm gonna have to go and fix some stuff tomorrow, but I am saddened that Anti-Ordinary couldn't join us due to a communication mix-up. But we do hope to have her on at some other time because it's just a time zone thing. And we told her when it was going to be, but it was a while ago, and it was Jenny who did it, so she might have had the time zones mixed up and everything. It was just a miscommunication. But that's totally okay. We'll just fix it like we did for Godless Cranium, who bowed out due to unrelated things and couldn't make it. And yeah, I just forgot to take her out before we started because I'm super tired. And but we need to have her on because the bullshit getting through the NHS is like just terrible. Because from what I've been told, there's a 2-year waiting period. There's a 2-year waiting list to see to see someone to start it. Like what you all in the States had to go through. So you have to wait 2 years to even get to the point of where you can see a psychiatrist or an endo or whatever. And then you have to wait another year to start hormones.
And this is really where you need to start the whole procedure at the age of 6.
Yeah, if you start the procedure at the age of 6, then you might be on hormones by the time you're 40.
Yeah.
It's disgusting. It really is. My sister actually lives in England, and it is a case of it's not only that though, right? It is it's the entire NHS. It took with a cracked tooth, it took my sister over a month to get into a dentist. And she even tried to say, "Look, take my money. Like, I need this fixed." And no one would take her. It's all covered by the NHS. The NHS pays for everything. They're kind of good like that, but just the waiting times are insane. So it's good in some ways. It's utterly terrible in others. And like our healthcare system over here in Canada is good, but like the wait times in emergency rooms and for things like surgeries, regardless of what the surgeries are for and things like that, unless you're on your death, like unless you've been in an accident, you need like immediately life-saving surgery, are pretty long. So like we're not perfect. We just don't bankrupt people for being sick or for things that are beyond their control. So that's the difference. And we do try to we're trying, but nobody's perfect, right?
Well, I'm very trying, but all of you guys know that.
All right. Yeah, so I guess that's it. I guess everyone needs sleep because
you know it.
Yeah, well, you can probably tell. I need sleep.
I will be awake sometime Tuesday.
I have been, yeah, this is the only reason I'm awake right now. And I'm going to finish this and then I'm going to go to bed.
Alrighty then. Okay,
Yep.
it look kind of like you finished that.
Yeah. So, yeah, thanks everybody again for watching this super long stream. I'm super tired. I'm going to bed now. That's it for this one. Like, subscribe, do all that other bell ringy stuff, and go watch my dumpster fire on Twitter that I'm probably going to be on for another hour because it's me. Before I go to bed,
Pushy.
and then, yeah, that's it for this one. Have a good one.